Good evening. My name is Joe Brealey, and I will be your host for URY's Candidate Interview Night 2025. We will be here until 11:30 this evening, bringing you interviews with the candidates running in the York SU sabbatical elections. In between interviews, you can join myself and a panel of student journalists for analysis and discussion about the interviews, the policies, and the issues that matter most to students here at the University of York. Can the panel please introduce themselves?
Hello, I'm Ellen Morris. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the editor of news.
Hello, my name's Josh Haining, he, him. I am Administration Director at News and Editor of Hard Magazine.
Hello, my name's Ruben Cope, he, him. I'm Head of Factual at YSTV.
Hi, my name's Amberly Norris. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the previous Head of News from University Radio York.
Hi, my name's Eddie Atkinson. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm the Editor of the Lemon Press, Managing Director of York Vision and Print Media Representative.
Hi, my name's Charlotte Ambrose. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the editor of York Vision.
Thank you very much, everyone. So now we're going to hand over to Amberly, who will give us a little bit more insight into what CIN is all about.
Thank you, Joe. So CIN is URY's annual coverage of the York SU elections. The elections are where students of the University of York campaign and run to be elected by the student body as representatives. There are 7 key roles within the University of York Student Union that are up for election. These roles are Equality and Inclusion Officer, Community and Wellbeing Officer, Academic Officer, Sports Officer, Activities Officer, Union Development Officer, and finally, Union Affairs Officer. The sabbatical officers, or SABs, will represent the interests of the students of the University of York for the 2025-26 academic year, and we will provide more details about the specifics of their roles throughout the evening. They are chosen by you, the student body, through democratic election, which is now open for you to vote. Head to yorksu.org/elections to have your say in who represents you. Votes close at midday this Friday, so make sure you head over to the York SU website and rank who you would like to be your next sabbatical officers. Throughout this evening, student journalists from URY will be interviewing the candidates that are running for election this evening. This will be interspersed with commentary and analysis from URY's Green Room, as well as some exit interviews with outgoing SABs. During the candidate interviews, candidates will have their policies, their manifestos analysed, giving them a platform to explain why they have chosen their policies and answer the questions that students have about their campaign. Ultimately, these interviews are designed for them to prove that they are the best candidate for the role and an opportunity to help students decide who you want to represent you. The interviews will be categorised by role and will proceed as follows: Equality and Inclusion Officer, Community and Wellbeing Officer, Academic Officer, Sports Officer, Activities Officer, Union Development Officer, and finally, Union Affairs Officer. So stay tuned to find out more about the candidates running to represent you.
Thank you very much, Amberly. Now, of course, this evening is being broadcast live on 88.3 FM across York, on digital radio, online at ury.org.uk, and of course, for the first time this year on YouTube. Not first time this year. Anyway. Yes, so thank you very much for tuning in, and we will now go to our panel before we cut to our first interview for Equality and Inclusion Officer. Now, everyone, it's that time of year again. Our favourite time of the year in student media. Do we think that the campaigning has been more intense this year? I know the campus is more littered with cardboard than I've ever seen it. What do we all think of the campaign so far, all the cardboard, all the paper? Do we like it? Do we not?
Do we like cardboard?
I like cardboard, yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, I think there's been some pretty ingenious slogans, but there are every year. Yeah.
I've seen them kind of mix it up this year. On my way to university, I've seen chalk written on the ground saying "Vote for Lewis." So yeah, I like the different methods that they've used. I think it's intriguing how every year they manage to switch it up with a new idea.
Yeah, I mean, what do you all think of the campaigning methods this year?
It feels this year there's a lot more social media activity going on. It seems like everyone knows how to edit CapCut videos this year. Everyone's with
everyone's learned,
their text on screen, popping up, getting their B-roll in. I've seen Jacob using Subway Surfers as well, getting that strategy in, which has been interesting to see as well.
Yeah.
And everyone is using Canva. I think everyone's got a
Yes.
Canva subscription now. Everyone can
Yeah.
design things easily and it looks good. So everyone's campaign is really pretty, which looks great.
I wonder if Canva Pro's in the budget for candidates. Yeah, I think there's been some really creative use of Canva. What do we all think of the physical marketing this year?
I quite like it a lot. I like the big signs that they have that say like vote for this person in paper, like kind of written down on big sheets is quite interesting as well. I think it makes a change from just seeing it on social media and then just seeing the posters. It's like in a bigger form, which is quite nice as well.
Yeah, I think it's been really good this year. I think the chalk is bold, especially seeing as though York, it rains a lot. But yeah, I mean, what do we think is going to be the toughest race this year, do you think? There's a lot of candidates that have run this year. Do we think that's a good thing?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's it's good to see people getting involved, and I think the bigger the pool of choice that there is, hopefully the more represented students are. So
Yeah.
I think that's good.
I think Union Development Officer is going to be quite an interesting race. There's only 3 individuals going for it this year, and I think that makes it a little bit more like closer for the candidates. They think they're closer to actually having the role, and it'll make it more intense.
And an incumbent's going for it. And 2 people who have quite strong presence. So Joe, who works at SU venues, and Anna, who does lots of volunteering. So that against the incumbent Jen is juicy.
All can
Yeah.
eat. So she runs All Can Eat, right? Anna?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or no, she's part of All Can Eat. Sorry.
Sorry, yes. So a tight race for Union Development Officer. Exciting stuff. What do we think of? Do you think it's important to vote in the SU elections?
To vote, definitely, yeah. Always important to vote.
That was a loaded question, wasn't it?
Definitely important to vote. And then on the candidates, the kind of specific candidate position, I think Union Affairs is actually quite interesting this year. I think all the candidates seem quite different. From what I've seen, they have very different ideas, very different personalities. So I think it'll be really interesting to see kind of who the student body goes for.
Yeah, fantastic. Eddie?
Yeah, I mean, I think the sports officer is going to be quite important this year because also Tanisha has been quite a major presence for 2 years. So I think it's going to be quite interesting to see who comes in to replace her and what happens with that.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, thank you very much. We will be back with you after the equality and inclusion interviews, but we will hand over now to our first interview of the evening live in the studio.
Equality and Inclusion Officer. The Equality and Inclusion Officer leads community engagement within liberation groups and advocates for marginalised and underrepresented communities at the university. Key responsibilities include engaging with campus liberation groups, advocating for underrepresented groups, and promoting feelings of inclusion on campus.
Good evening. My name is Jack Rogers and I'm joined in the studio by Abby Harrison, who is running for the position of Equality and Inclusion Officer. To start, I'd like to ask, why are you running specifically for this position?
So I'm running for it because it was a position that really appealed to me, and I'd kind of always thought about it on and off. And then about 2 months ago now, I was scrolling on Instagram and I saw a post from someone who I knew sort of very down the line, but she was at graduation in her wheelchair. And I don't know if you know much about the setup for wheelchair users at graduation, but all of her cohort were down some stairs and she was just plonked on the side of the stage on her own for the entire graduation ceremony. And that just my partner is a wheelchair user, and for the last 4 years I've been reassuring her that the university would have a plan for graduation. And to find out that they didn't, I was just like, I have to do something about it.
So I'm really glad you brought that up because that was one of the manifesto points that I looked at. And looking at that, I wanted to ask, how do you propose then reformatting graduations, either make them more
there
accessible?
are a lot of ways that you could do it. You could, it's usually in the summer, so you could bring it out of Central Hall and have a big graduation marquee and do it that way. Or if the university did want to keep using Central Hall because it is a very iconic structure, you can put all the graduates on the stage. Or if you want to have the graduates down in a pit section, just have ramps down to it. Or you can sit students up in the stands, because we did it for when we performed with Radio 1. We made it so that we were sat up the sides of the stage because there's wheelchair access to there. and then you can still walk across the stage to get your certificate and just go to the other side and it would work fine. So there's really no reason for it to be that way.
Thank you very much for that response. And I wanted to ask something else about a point you made in your manifesto about accessibility and ensuring that lifts and automatic doors are fixed in a timely manner. Following recent reports that you may have seen by news of a lift in Derwent being broken for 11 months due to a breakdown in communication. How would you improve communication as the Equality and Inclusion Officer here?
So I feel like at the minute there's just not a designated person who's pushing for accessibility, and that really should be the Equality and Inclusion Officer. But to me it would be, okay, come and tell me if something is broken, and then I will keep lobbying and keep it constantly in like the forefront of my jobs until it is fixed. And I would make sure that the university had agreed to a set time frame. And if it was going to take longer than a week to mend something, they need to email out disabled students with an alternative route plan, because just saying, oh, well, you can't get to your room until this is fixed isn't acceptable.
Looking at a different side of the role, really, you've proposed setting up new focus groups for different minority groups at university. How would you ensure that these groups translate into action from yourself and action across the university to more represent these groups?
So this is something that's actually kind of evolved through talking to students since I wrote the manifesto, because I want to have focus groups, but I want it to be like an open drop-in session. So that group of students will be invited. They can come if they want to. If they don't want to, they don't have to. And I will go and sit in a room bi-weekly, and students can come to me. There'll be a time slot for each group, and they can tell me what their problems are. And even if we can't come up with a solution there and then, we can come up with an action plan as to how we're going to get the problem solved there and then on that day. No more waiting 6 weeks for the SABs to email you back. I want to be with the students where SABs should be.
Thank you very much. And I've got one final short question, if I can. What's the main thing that you want voters to take away about your campaign?
Just that I want to be visible. I want to give the student union back to the students. I don't want to be involved in big publicity stunts. I want to be involved in solving the small problems that impact you every day. Tell me what they are and I'll help you to solve them.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for joining us in the studio today. We are going to go over to another interview now with Tolan in Studio Blue, who's going to be interviewing someone else for the position of Equality and Inclusion.
Equality and Inclusion Officer. The Equality and Inclusion Officer leads community engagement within liberation groups and advocates for marginalised and underrepresented communities at the university. Key responsibilities include engaging with campus liberation groups, advocating for underrepresented groups, and promoting feelings of inclusion on campus.
This is Candidate Interview Night. My name is Tolan Enderby, and we are joined by Adeline Coop, who is running for Equality and Inclusion Officer. Adeline, welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me.
So, having read through your manifesto, you talk immensely about revitalising and creating more training for the Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Officers. So tell me more about that.
So I was Gender Equalities Officer in my first year, and as much as I enjoyed the role, I felt like I didn't have a lot of room to do things outside of like running awareness events and stuff. And so what I want to do is introduce training to A, empower students, B, so they know what kind of things they can and can't do and what the resources are like, and just kind of give more power to them, especially because like my president, whilst he was amazing, he was more of an events person, and so I felt a bit stuck at times.
Okay.
So it's kind of...
So with training, and especially with Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Officers, having a look on the website, and especially particularly at the Equality Champions Handbook, which is signposted on the university's website, it seems like there is already an immense amount of training on offer, as well as an entire dedicated team. So the University of York say that 95% of staff employed at the university have completed EDI training, and around 90% have completed disability awareness training. Are you suggesting that that training is perhaps insufficient, or that it doesn't go far enough to reach into those student positions in colleges?
I I think it's the latter. I think it needs to go more into student positions in colleges, as well as like other student roles where EDI is a part of it. Because personally, I came in on the co-ops, so I wasn't voted in per se, but I didn't receive any training to do with EDI. It was just kind of me trying to figure out the role myself. And so having standardized training that everyone gets, and also having it several times a year, it also, as well as like being good for like training, it also brings together all the students together in one room under like a united cause. So that's also another benefit.
Brilliant. So the role of the Equality and Inclusion Officer is to lead community engagement and advocate sort of intersectionality within university policies. And a large portion of your manifesto centres around issues regarding nightlife in York. You categorically state within it that nightlife in York is not safe. So what is your claims based on, and what do you plan to do to make York safer on a night out?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of people chatting, a lot of rumours, stuff like that, of like people feeling unsafe at club nights, things like spiking. I know people personally who have been spiked on nights out, and this isn't a York only issue, obviously, but it's something that we need to be doing more to protect students, especially those in like gender minority groups. And sorry, can you repeat the question?
So I wanted to know, you speak about in your manifesto that nightlife in York is not safe. That's a thing that you say in your manifesto. So the student union, in an official statement, have said that neither them, the university, or any student-related venues in York have had an increase in reported spiking or worrying incidents in York. You identify that as an issue that you want to handle. But what I would like to ask is, do you think the issue of student safety, particularly the recent spiking scandal, really falls under the remit of Equality and Inclusion Officer?
I believe it does, especially like as someone who's like born a woman. It's something that I'm always worried about when I go to clubs, especially like even at student club nights. And I think it is, obviously it will be kind of like a group, almost like a group effort, because it does come under other remits as well, and it is a big issue. But it's also like things like making the reporting easier, because like obviously when women report things to the police, sometimes they aren't believed and they have those concerns. So making that reporting process easier so someone is there and like can do something about it is also really important. But yeah.
Brilliant. Just last 30 seconds then. You talk about accessibility. Now, the University of York is one of the leading universities in accessibility. What do you see as one area of main improvement, just in the last 20 seconds?
I think communication, a lot of, like, especially with people like maintenance teams, when things like lifts have gone down, is something that I cited. There is like a page for it, but I think that needs to be made more clear. Sorry.
Coming up next is Teddy Bland with the exit interview in the green room.
And that was Tolan Reid there in the studio with our Equality and Inclusion Officer candidates. So, everyone, what did you think of the interviews so far? I mean, I know we've only had two, but any thoughts on the manifestos so far?
Abby's manifesto on making buses go from campus east to the designer outlet on the weekend for students that are working to get to work is a good idea. I don't think it would be too costly, and it would help students get to work easier where they might have to take several buses or bike, which takes a while, or if they haven't even have a bike, or pay for an Uber, which is expensive when we're students. So I think that's a good manifesto point.
To be fair, do you imagine it'd be similar to the U3 bus? So like U1 and U2 I think is pretty frequently used, but the U3, I see it around campus like occasionally, but I'm not sure if many people tend to get it. Maybe there's no need for that sort of a bus to go to the designer outlet.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting as well, the buses to the designer outlet, when of course there's issues with the buses going to Halifax as well that some people have talked about in their manifestos. Now, I would like to introduce a very special guest for this evening. Thank you very much, everyone. We will get back to that in just a moment, but we do have a very special guest, which is our outgoing Equality and Inclusion Officer, Teddy. Teddy, good evening.
Hello. Well, I'm glad you meant me.
Yeah, yes.
I
yes.
almost blushed and then I thought they might be talking about someone else.
No, just you, I'm afraid. So, how have you found your time in the role? It's not been a full year, but it's been... How long have you been in the role, Teddy?
About 5 months, maybe.
Yeah? How have you found your 5 months?
It's been really enjoyable. It's actually the stuff that I didn't know about that I've enjoyed the most. A lot of the trustee related responsibilities. But yeah, it's been fun. I've learned a lot.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think was the most important part of your manifesto when you ran?
So for me personally, it was always adverse childhood experiences. I guess people still don't really understand what I mean by that. It's something I've learned because we've done some work with it recently. But I guess for me, that's why it was important, is because I guess it's something that's not really known about. Or you intuitively know some people have traumatic experiences, it holds them back. But to actually talk about it from like a maybe EDI perspective was important for me.
Yeah.
But I obviously cared about all the things I put in my manifesto.
Yeah, of course. Is there something you're really proud of from your time in the role?
I'm quite proud of growing the Equalities Committee. I don't know how like jargonistic to talk.
You can go as jargonistic as you like.
Okay, so since the restructure following the merger, we've had a lot of kind of lack of engagement with all committees, but Equalities Committee especially. Student voice was kind of lost after the merger. So I think since coming into the role, it's been a SAB goal to kind of bring student voice back into the way the union works. So everybody's been looking at their committees to think, how can we make these more effective? Because kind of what I found when I came into the role is like, we were talking about things, but nothing was really happening. But I won't name the student, but we've had one particular student who's brought, for me, quite an inspirational voice, and we've done a lot around accessibility since they've joined. So
Yeah,
that's
fantastic.
something I'm happy with.
Yeah, lovely. And what advice would you give? There's quite a few people running for your role. I think 5. I want to say. I think
I should know.
There's quite a few people running for your role. What advice do you think you'd give them?
For what? For while they're running, or for when they get in?
For being in your role.
I guess it would be the same advice to anyone who gets a SAB role, which would be, don't be too hard on yourself about, first of all, not understanding how it works once you get there. We all have an idea of what it will be like, but that's not always the case. But the SAB team, you'll have goals in common, you'll get to know each other, and that will make you feel better because you'll know you're on the same page.
Fantastic. And I've got one more question before I bring the panel back in, which is, do you think being a SAB has given you a different perspective on being a student at York? Do you think you look at your time here differently now you've become a SAB?
So around maybe December, January, I almost resented it a bit because I guess you learn so much. Like, I would say in those 2 months, I was still learning everything that's going on. And then I thought, maybe I shouldn't know all this. Like, maybe I should just go to parties and turn up to my lectures. But I guess in the other way, it's really helpful and nice to know how things work and to feel like I actually have influence in that for myself and for the people in my year and who'll come after.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, thank you very much, Teddy. Has anyone got any questions for Teddy? I know I didn't give you homework. Yes, Eddie.
Just you mentioned like that you didn't necessarily need to have a lot of knowledge of how it all worked when you came in. Do you think that that's something that some people will have run on that in their campaigns? Do you think that's something that's important that will be helpful to them, or?
Sorry, I don't.
As in, so you mentioned that you didn't necessarily need to know how the SAB roles, well, not but how it all works when you got in. But do you think it matters that much whether people have that experience, or?
I would always say no. I think you always have to give people a chance to get experience and to learn. I imagine we get a lot of politicians as candidates who've studied politics. I didn't do politics, I do languages. So they probably have more of that kind of structural thought process, which probably helps, but it's almost like any office job. You learn how to be professional and do what's needed of you. There's just that extra element of publicity, which could freak you out, but I guess if you're going into it, you expect it and you're used to it. So
Cool. Any other questions, Ellen?
Is there anything you would do if you were a sub again next year?
I don't know.
That's fine.
I'd like what I would do. Sorry, I don't understand. Do you mean what I would do actively or how I would feel?
What you would do, say, if you were going again, what would you aim to achieve by the end of the year or anything like that?
If you had another year in the job.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Big question.
I think I would try a different role and
Really?
see what I do
What would you
there.
go for?
Yeah. Oh, I can't say.
Oh, okay. Ruben?
Yeah, so am I right in saying this year you did it as a part-time sabbatical officer role? Is there an argument that that's a more effective way of doing this role, or do you think it should still warrant being a full-time sabbatical officer job?
So I guess I'll mention the restructure again, because we used to have part-time officers, and there was a benefit to that, which was that students knew who their part-time officers were, and that kind of helped with implementing student voice into the way we make decisions. I guess you could make the argument, because I am a student, I also see what's going on day to day. And sometimes there have been moments where I'll come across something in my personal student life and I'm like, oh, I've looked at this at work. So maybe, yeah, it does help you to relate, but I don't think there's that much of a difference, because even the full-time SABs, they've either were a student a year before or they're in the middle of the degree. So it's not like there's a lack of knowledge or relatability. It's just maybe the fact that if you're a student who's around campus rather than in the office full-time, people might know you better.
Fantastic. Well, Teddy, thank you very much. Has anyone got any quick questions for Teddy? Perfect. Well, we've got a little bit of time before we go to the community and wellbeing officer interviews. And I only have one question, but it's a big question. And it's, do we think the University of York is an inclusive place to study? It's a big question, isn't it?
Do you want one-word answers, or?
I don't think that warrants a one-word
yeah,
answer,
it's
to be
good,
honest, which is
yeah.
probably a poor planning
Yeah.
decision on my part. But I would like to thank you again, Teddy. You've done a fantastic job in the role. We'll all miss you here in student media. But we will now move on into our next roles. You'll be back with the Green Room at just before 8 o'clock this evening. So yes, Teddy,
Cool.
thank you. Thank you very much. And we will move on into the community and wellbeing officer interviews, which should be happening now.
Community and Wellbeing Officer. The Community and Wellbeing Officer is exactly what it sounds like, the chance to lead on all areas affecting student welfare and wellbeing. This includes housing, transport, accessibility, mental health and more. Areas of focus include supporting student wellbeing, working with college wellbeing services, and improving student lives within the community.
Hello, I'm Phoebe Johnston. I'm here interviewing Freddie Russell, candidate for Community and Wellbeing Officer. Freddie, do you want to introduce yourself and tell us a bit about why you're running?
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'm Freddie. I'm the current Community and Wellbeing Officer, and I'm rerunning for this year. Yeah, I'm rerunning because I love what I do. I love fighting for students, and I want to take it further. I think I've got a really nice, ambitious but achievable manifesto that's going to help me do that.
Cool. I'll get right into your manifesto then. So one of your key points in the section of your manifesto titled Support is to do with nightlife safety.
Yeah.
And obviously that's one of the biggest problems facing our student community at the moment. Some students might feel that your plan of making reporting systems more visible isn't enough. Do you think maybe a broader approach is more suitable for such a big issue?
Yeah, I think it's a really good point, and the reporting stuff is not the only piece of what I think needs to be done. I think we also need a lot more openness and transparency from the SU about what is being done and what's in place already. And I think we also need to be better at working directly with clubs and also directly with bouncer companies as well. Lots of SUs have really good relationships with bouncer companies directly, and we don't really have that. We have links to York parties and things like that, but not really with the bouncers themselves. So in terms of using our sort of political position to influence change, that's an area where I'd really make a big improvement. Yeah.
Yeah, great. You also talked a lot about housing and how you want to make a difference in the students' experience of housing in York. You've already negotiated a 9% rent increase down to 6% in your previous term, but you also mentioned your housing toolkit. What is that and how will it be implemented?
Yeah, totally. So the idea for the toolkit is basically like an interactive thing that you can go on the website and use when you have a problem with your house. So your landlord's showing up unannounced, he refuses to fix the boiler, or something like that. And it will take you through step by step based on what the problem is. Speak to this person, yada, yada, yada. If you say, okay, I've done all of that, I've spoken to all these people, if it takes you to the full process, then at the end it will give you like a template document with letters to send to people, contacts to use, who to talk to solve the issue, your rights, so you know how to fight for them, and an invitation to contact the SU if you need support with that. So it's about giving students the tools to fight for their own rights in housing. Yeah.
A lot of your campaigns are centered around like an open communication and listening, and you specifically use the term a framework of listening and collective action. And obviously I might have a different idea of what that looks like. So what does that look like specifically to you?
Yeah, I think it's been really influenced by the work I've done on the Student Minds Mental Health Manifesto this year. We've taken a community organising framework with that. So it's all about meeting with individual students and building power with students, not just sort of for students. So yeah, I think it's really about listening to students and giving them a personal stake in what change we are making, and bringing them with us when we do try and campaign. Yeah.
What do you think you would change about, or if anything, from your previous term as officer? Obviously, your main slogan is "Stay steady with Freddie."
Yeah.
And do you have anything to say to students who might want to see a change in the position, how they're represented?
Yeah, that's a really, really good question. I think definitely being more like active and transparent on social media is one thing. I think I struggle with that. Anybody who follows my personal knows I'm not the biggest poster. So yeah, that's been really new to me, and learning how to really make people aware of what I'm doing and what we're doing. I think that's a really important piece that I would change, because I think that's something that I only recently feel like I've started to get right.
Great. And just to wrap up, before we head over to Millie Thomas interviewing Sam Dickinson, could you sum up your campaign in 3 words?
Yeah. I think it would be keep giving back, because I love giving back. Like, giving back is one of the concepts I try and center my life around. And this job just lets me do that. And I want nothing more than to keep giving back. So yeah. Great.
Thank you very much, Freddie. We're now going to head over to Millie Thomas interviewing Samuel Dickinson for the Community and Wellbeing Officer position. Thank you very much for sitting with us.
Community and Wellbeing Officer. The Community and Wellbeing Officer is exactly what it sounds like, the chance to lead on all areas affecting student welfare and wellbeing. This includes housing, transport, accessibility, mental health and more. Areas of focus include supporting student wellbeing, working with college wellbeing services, and improving student lives within the community.
Hello everybody, I'm here with Samuel Dickinson. Sam, would you like to introduce yourself and explain what motivated you to run for this position?
Yeah, of course, thanks for having me. Hello everyone, my name's Sam. I'm a third year social political science student. I ran for Community and Wellbeing because I think the SU doesn't really do enough to support people, support students, and particularly in terms of things like circuit laundry. I think in first year that was a massive cost to me, and that's a political decision by the university to have for-profit laundry services on campus. Mm-hmm. I think that's wrong, and I don't think the SU is geared correctly to tackle that issue. And the same goes with spiking on campus and in town. I think the SU, again, it just isn't communicating about what it's doing about these issues, and it's not pressuring venues, and it's not lobbying the university to pressure venues and reconsider commercial contracts with the university. Mm-hmm. So those are the 2 main issues that I think really have to change with the student union.
Right, and you say that you intend to use the student union's leverage in the city to tackle issues with spiking and assault in the city. What measures do you plan to enact to ensure effective collaboration with York venues in the future?
Well, I think firstly, the student union has to state what its purpose is, because you have to remember that the student union supports club nights in the town, and then that means that they should be ensuring the safeguarding of students is happening, and they have to tell them what you need to do, and the venues have to tell us what they're doing about safeguarding, because at the moment we don't know. I can't name any venues, and I'm not going to name any venues, but they don't communicate what is being done. They're not transparent and honest. They don't tell us what they're doing to safeguard students.
Mhm.
And so safeguarding would mean that bouncers have to be trained better, and the culture of misogyny amongst bouncers has to change, and the student union has to be front and center to promote that, because everyone can say they've heard an awful thing that a bouncer has said.
Mhm.
I've heard bouncers call women beached whales. I've heard them say just countless horrible things about women in the city, and that contributes to a culture of misogyny that enables spiking, and the student union has to be front and center communicating that this is not acceptable, and venues have to change their behaviour.
Thank you. And moving on to your second most prevalent point, reflecting on your past campaign against circuit laundry last year, how do you plan, if you were elected to the position, to gain traction with your cause this time around and pressure the university to subsidise the circuit laundry fees?
Yeah, so in first year I ran a campaign against circuit laundry, and the student union was very unhelpful with that. I'll repeat the point that the decision to have for-profit laundry services on campus is a political one. It's a decision by the university because they want profit.
Mhm.
And there's clearly an appetite to get rid of these services. The contract's up for renewal in a number of years, and it's important, I think, to make sure there's a sustained campaign against circuit laundry, because it's so unpopular and it's an unnecessary cost. So what I would do is make sure that is front and centre of the student union's agenda, to make sure that the contract isn't renewed and the university knows that they cannot get away with profiteering from students like this.
Thank
in
you.
the future.
And finally, in your manifesto, you've proposed a rent freeze and for the university to better educate students on housing matters. Do you have a strategy in place to work with the university or external enterprises to enact these plans and prevent, as you put it, potential exploitation from landlords?
Yeah, so the student union in the past has succeeded in lobbying the university to bring down rent increases. But I think a lower rent increase is a very marginal win. Ideally, the student union should be lobbying for no rent increases. And in terms of tenancy rights, it's super important for students to know what is the right rent to pay and what actions to take if they have a bad landlord.
Mhm.
And the student union should be providing that information to students in an easy, accessible way. Right now, it's hidden and no one knows where to find it.
And just a final question to end on, if there was something you'd like for voters to take away from your campaign, what would it want to be?
The student union has to change, and I think I'm the man to do it, because at the end of the day, student union should be representing the students. We shouldn't be passing things onto the students to fight their own battles. And I think we have to put front and centre that students aren't to be profited from.
Right. Thank you so much. And now we're going to pass you all back to the green room where we're going to be discussing the next round of interviews. Actually, no, we're not. We're going to be going to another interview with Harrison Scott.
Community and Wellbeing Officer. The Community and Wellbeing Officer is exactly what it sounds like, the chance to lead on all areas affecting student welfare and wellbeing. This includes housing, transport, accessibility, mental health and more. Areas of focus include supporting student wellbeing, working with college wellbeing services, and improving student lives within the community.
Hello, Arman. Why don't you tell us a bit about yourself and why you are running for this officership?
I'm Ayman. I'm a final year student at the University of York studying accounting and finance. York is embedded in me. I have lived across 3 different colleges, across 2 different campuses. The reason why I'm running to be a community and well-being officer is I want to make a change. And everything that I mentioned in my manifesto is all possible. It's not a fairy tale. It is all achievable. I didn't make any fake promises. I was a green auditor. I'm a green impact project assistant as well. So I have done something for sustainability. And I like to play sports and I like to travel.
You mentioned in your manifesto that you lived across multiple colleges and campuses. So how do you think that experience has shaped your understanding of what makes a strong student community?
I lived across 3 different colleges, Alcuin, Halifax, and then Goodrich. respectively. Colleges, they are embedded. You get along with your flatmates. You culturally socialize with them. You get to know about their culture. You get to know about themselves. You try to show them your culture, your values. They try to show you your culture, your values. So you embed. I met people from all across the world, from China, Czech, France, Norway, specifically. There were students on a cultural program, like a 2-week program. So I met different sort of people, different mindsets, try to learn different things, try to know the issues, and basically get along with them, try to know how does that work, how learn about different stuff, what's going around the world.
Yeah, yeah. And another thing in your manifesto is mental health support. What plans do you have regarding that?
I believe the university is currently doing a lot in they have got the mental support health team out there. They've got the apps that you can just access quickly. They have got the AI chatbot that is out there. I believe what is required is more information regarding the mental health issues, or how to access them properly, because a lot of students, they don't know about like who should we talk to, what we need to do. I believe in the first week they take you to the central hall and they say, okay, you have to do this. Many international students, they miss their first week or so due to visa delays. So they don't get an opportunity to basically knows those things, like how to use first bus, how to register for a GP, how to what one need to do, how does he access this. There's a free zone, and many people don't know that there is a free zone between campus. A lot of them do know, but in the first few weeks they don't know that we have to tap on, tap off. So they miss a lot. I believe there's a lag or a gap between like the not the misinformation, like there's a gap between the information that is being provided. So I would like to bridge that gap.
And just as a final question, what are your three key things that you hope to achieve if elected in the next year?
If elected next year, I will work with my sports counterpart, the sports union member. I believe that sports is a great tool to endorse a human being. Sports teaches you a lot of things: leadership, teamwork, how to handle a defeat, how to counter when you get a setback, how to reflect back. So I would like to work with my sports counterpart and ensure that we allow more free sessions to happen, to make people enjoy and get involved in sports, any sort of other activities. So sports is number one. Number two, I would like to work with my counterpart, the activities officer, to ensure that they plan more trips to places. The third one that I would like to mention is regarding support and well-being. The more you educate people, the more you let them know what is right, and like what basically is required for their well-being is one of my key points, like to make students well aware of how to do different things, like how to get involved in the services, or how to get help from the union or anything when they face any sort of issue. So that is what my three key points will be in this election.
Harrison Scott there with the the Community and Wellbeing Officer candidate, Eamon. So those were the Community and Wellbeing Officer candidates this year for CIN, and I'd now like to go to our panel and say, what do we think of those interviews? What do we think of those manifestos?
There's a lot of interesting points people are making. I think maybe it's a good time to start addressing the bull in the room that is sort of discussions around spiking and nightlife. It's probably going to be a recurring theme throughout the night. A lot of people are mentioning it on their manifestos. I think Sam mentioned he wants the university to take concrete action on the issue of spiking. Someone's probably going to have to balance me out a little bit here, but so the reality is Noose has spoken to one individual who's been a victim of it. There's one recorded instance which the North Yorkshire Police are handling, and they're the only reported cases. Now, I'm just York have mentioned, just because they haven't been reported to various, like the police or whatever, doesn't mean that they haven't happened. But, and we've sat down with, Salvation and sort of Voodoo York parties, and they've said, there's incident report forms on the doors. You got to report it on the York Zoo. On the website. Sorry, there is also another report form. It's not very visible. We've spoken to people about that, but action is already being taken. And I feel that when people come into the role in sort of end of July.
Yeah. So it's for the 25-26 academic year.
Some of the manifesto points people are making possibly are going to be outdated by then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so from the SU's perspective, they have said that they are doing all they can to keep students safe, as well as York Parties and Club Salvation have also put out statements saying they've introduced new measures to ensure that students, any alleged reports of spiking, they're safe on nights out at York. But it's a really interesting and really important conversation. I can see a lot of people eager to jump in. Eddie?
Yeah, I would just say I think that there have been, in previous elections, there have also been concerns about nights out, and it's not really gone away. I don't know whether maybe there's a strong chance that it will be there again next year. And also, with the incident report forms, I think there is a real problem with lack of visibility of them, I would definitely say.
Ellen?
I think the spiking is also a good way to bring a lot of voters together, because it's an issue that a lot of people care about right now. So, and especially with the I'm Just York circulating, it's a point that's going to bring a lot of people's attention to the candidate.
I think that's a very important sort of point that maybe not a lot of people have thought about, that this issue really will bring people to the polls, I think, which I think we will definitely see in our exit polls, which are coming out soon. But yes, we've reiterated that the SU and York Parties and Club Salvation have pledged that they will do all they can in the future to protect students on nights out. And they have got incident report forms and other ways of reporting any incidents in club venues. Okay, has anyone got any more thoughts?
I thought Eamon's manifesto, who went last, it seemed very, very ambitious fiscally.
Yes.
Mentioned a lot of trips. I understand, there are definitely health benefits of going on trips, traveling. It's good stress relief. However, I struggle to see how this can be accosted for. Same with offering free sports sessions. I know that I've spoken to Tanisha, who did have to cut some free sports sessions at one point, which they weren't happy with doing. However, it's just sort of the reality of the monetary situation right now. So I do struggle to see how this can sort of be fiscally possible with that manifesto point specifically.
Yeah, I think it's definitely an important sort of topic of the university's financial situation. But I mean, they may find the money somewhere in the budget there. Josh, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I think I understand your point, Ruben, about the financial situation of the university and funding maybe is necessarily an issue. I think you can notice it in several of the manifestos of incumbents that they kind of understand the possibilities maybe a little bit better than sort of new individuals coming to the sabbatical roles or sort of campaigning for it. Is some of the things people might say might not actually be sort of financially plausible, but it's definitely worth suggesting and trying to work away. That I think that's maybe a misconception, is that the things that people are saying in the manifestos, they're going to immediately come in and do straight away. But I think rather you get voted in July, you start and you work away at it and actually find ways to make that happen. So maybe there is wiggle room here and there.
Find the money somewhere in the budget.
Yeah, squeeze it out.
And in Sam's manifesto, he talked about circuit laundry.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the same point as he said the contract isn't up for another few years. So he wants to keep the issue relevant until it does need renewing. So then maybe it could be changed then. So that's the case of keep it going, keep talking about it until someone can do something.
Selfless.
I think that, circuit laundry is a big topic, especially when you're in first year. I mean, the one question I'd have for the room is if obviously Sam got rid of circuit laundry or reformed circuit laundry, what do we think would replace it?
Washing in the kitchen sink. just scrubbing away with a mangle outside, rinsing it.
Get the mangle out. No, because there's obviously possibilities of student accommodation having their own washing and dry machines, or encouraging people to dry their laundry on washing lines. which is what us cash-strapped second and third years do. Charlotte?
It would definitely be quite like a new thing to do in some of the newer colleges that they could think about making that, bringing that in, and that would be a nice possibility. I think it is quite an ambitious aim, especially because I think he mentioned that he did try and do it in a previous year and it didn't work. So I'd just be interested to see what he'll propose differently, which will actually get it to happen, because it's all well and good saying these things, but.
I guess he suggests maybe that he'd be in a new role next year.
Yeah,
so that'd be it.
yeah. New role, new powers, all that good stuff. Now, that's of course only one part of the community and wellbeing officer, and some really important parts there. Another bit is rent prices. They have been a really big theme this year. I think they're a big theme every year. But do you think that the SU can realistically impact rent prices here in York?
Well, I would say that there was a thing where the university was saying they were going to increase rent prices, and they did take some action to reduce that increase, which I think shows that there is a possibility of action there, and there is something that can be done, and the university will listen.
I think they might have tried to, or they have capped it at a 6% increase per year, which is still an increase. So it's not great still.
Yeah, but it's capped. Yeah, all very interesting points. Ruben?
I was just going to say one thing on sort of, obviously we're sat here mostly third and second years.
Yeah.
We live off campus, I presume. I don't know everyone, but I certainly live off campus. And I was speaking to private landlords, and they said, I was like, well, why is my rent so high? And they said, well, to be honest, we look at the university prices and we sort of go off that because that's what you guys would be paying beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
So people sit as a third and second year thinking, oh, well, I don't really care what happens to the university rent. However, it is a huge domino effect. If they sort of keep those university rents down, that's what private landlords do look at to sort of set their rent rate as well. So it's such an important issue, not just for fresh years or people living on campus.
Yeah. I mean, all really serious topics and really important in this year's manifestos, but a slightly lighter one here to finish it off. Of course, well-being is one half of the role, but community is the other. And do you think York has a strong, tight-knit community? Because none of you are from York, so everyone's come in from all over the country, wherever that may be. Do you feel there's a strong community here in York?
I don't necessarily think so. I think what the university actually advocates is for a college system that, for me personally, I didn't live with anyone from my college in first year. I'm not really in contact with anyone from those, from that college, which was on Lister. No shame to Van Lister. But actually I found that the majority of my friends, and I'm sure maybe everyone in the room will agree, through student media or societies is actually where you find the majority of your friends. So community, you kind of have to go out and look for it. It doesn't really come to you.
Yeah. Anyone got any quick thoughts before we head over into
that
the
might be
interviews?
like a university. I think that's quite in a lot of college system. That's just kind of how it works in a lot of universities. I don't know if York is necessarily unique in that aspect. It might be, but
I think the inclusive societies is what makes the uni a community, though. It doesn't necessarily have to be. Colleges are really community driven, but like we can find it somewhere, and we found it in student media.
Absolutely, yeah.
So it is here.
And I think as well, like the imagery, obviously, I think people have a strong sense of sort of, there's a common bond at York where you all go to the same lectures in the same buildings, everything else. But of course, I do see your point. Most of my friends were from student media as well. So a really interesting point. Thank you very much, panel. Very interesting conversation. Now we are moving into the academic officer interviews. So the first one is with Yusuf Al Sharif. So we'll head in there now.
Academic officer. The academic officer's job is to ensure students are represented in their degrees and that they get the most out of their education from admission to graduation. This means they're responsible for championing academic issues across the university, advocating for students' interests in academic departments, and improving learning opportunities for students.
Can you introduce yourself and tell us why you're running for the academic officer?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Harrison, for this interview. Hello, everyone. My name is Yusuf Al Sharif, and I'm a student in master's degree in computer science and artificial intelligence. I'm currently actually applying for the academic officer role what I can bring with me to this role is mainly long experience with leadership. I'm working now for 13 years in oil and gas industry, and I'm taking a role now, regional leadership role. So I believe that I can take some outcomes and some skill sets that I have from my current role and embed it within the academic officer role to start to work together and have a good agenda to be implemented throughout the year of my time. So and also I'm coming with 15 plus other activities that I was leading and playing a key role in. Most of them are academic roles, academic leadership roles. So I'm coming from Alexandria University. My bachelor degree was in Alexandria University in Egypt. And back in time, I was actually leading some student activities. And our main role was actually to bridge the gap between academic background and the industry needs. So this is something that I actually be focusing on to make sure that we are aligned, that we have adequate capabilities and requirements for external life in the industry compared to what we are learning. I'll try to work hard with the team and with the academic leads to make sure that we don't have any gaps, that we have enough resources, of course, in cooperation with the other officer roles, to make sure that we have enough resources to bridge this and to make sure that we have capable people for the industries.
And it's clear from your manifesto that you have a wide range of previous leadership experience. How are you going to bring this into the context of York when you are, if elected? How are you going to bring that experience into the York context?
Okay, so actually I split this answer. So first of all, I will be listening a lot at the beginning because I'm now a student in York University, in University of York, but I was not here before for a long time. So that's very important for me. I will try to listen a lot from different people from different levels, senior level, junior level students, and also from the academic staff to understand as much as possible from the concerns that are already on the table for quite some time, and for the aspirations of the students and also the recent graduates. That's from one end. That's I will say that this will be my step one to listen and to try to get insights from many people at the beginning, and then what I'm thinking as the I would say key points on how to enhance the environment from academic perspective and from the role that I'm applying for. First of all, is the point that I started in my introduction. Actually, is the preaching to make to let as many resources as possible available for these students on different levels. Of course, in cooperation with the academic staff. The second point is to make sure that I'll be accessible most of the time with my team, of course, and to listen to the different concerns and interests and aspirations of the different people. So I will not say that I will be only listening for concerns. It's also for aspirations. Maybe the next step, not only being stuck in the current step and we're having some problems in, and to be very close
Thanks.
to the academic stuff.
Yeah, well,
Yes, sir.
thanks for that, Yusuf. That's all we've got time for today. Many thanks for your time for this interview.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Academic Officer. The academic officer's job is to ensure students are represented in their degrees and that they get the most out of their education from admission to graduation. This means they're responsible for championing academic issues across the university, advocating for students' interests in academic departments, and improving learning opportunities for students.
Hi, my name is Jintari and I'm joined by Hannah Zapoli Dawson, who is running to be academic officer. So I'd like to begin by asking you why you've chosen to run for this role.
I chose to run for academic officer mainly because I've been a department rep for the past 3 years as part of the action group pilot. And this year I've also been on academic committee. I really, really do enjoy going to the committees that are, even though that's not always the popular opinion. And I really feel passionate about empowering students, making sure they feel represented, supported. Yeah.
Okay, fabulous. So, in your manifesto, one of your proposals that you mentioned is creating a new study space for students. And obviously, at the moment, we do have quite a few various study spaces like the library and the Piazza building on East. Why do you think a new study space is necessary?
It's mainly because of a project that was done in my department, which was a department-specific study space. So I do think that at the university currently, some departments will have department-specific study spaces, but others don't. And I think it would promote group work and helping students with things like peer-to-peer support if they have a space to go and study.
Okay. And you also, in your manifesto, you discuss and acknowledge the financial struggles that students are facing at the moment. Are there any sort of concrete plans or ideas that you'd like to campaign to introduce?
I mainly would like to look into the hidden financial costs, things that aren't at the forefront of departments' minds. A lot of lecturers don't seem to be very aware of hidden financial costs that students might face. Smaller things like lab coats. In my department, there was a big thing about calculators. Those smaller things that we don't necessarily think about.
And do you think that you have any sort of specific strategies for trying to convince the university to invest in some of these projects with the financial difficulties that the university is facing at the moment?
I think ultimately when you invest in students and make sure that they are able to go to their course and do their work, that's a student that's going to do well in their life in the future. It's an investment in the future. If students are struggling and are having to choose between eating for a week or, say, buying a calculator, that's going to be a negative investment for the university. We know how much it counts things like rankings, the NSS survey, and the University of York currently, it's going down in rankings, and that costs the university a huge amount of money. We see international students not wanting to come here anymore. So I do think that that's like a big argument for the university to maybe make smaller investments in things like lab coats, but that would make sure that students are able to do their degree.
Okay, fabulous. And do you think... And I think... Okay, so I think we're finishing up. Oh, sorry. Okay, so just to finish up, do you think there are any other barriers that students face in their studies?
Yeah, a big one in my manifesto is going to be about mental well-being, physical disabilities, and how that can affect a student. My biggest manifesto point actually is a learning support plan, which I've started on academic committee. I've tried to collect information from wellbeing officers on how to implement that. A lot of our processes support students.
Okay, I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut you off. I'm very sorry. And we're going off to the next interview for James Driver for academic officer.
Academic officer. The academic officer's job is to ensure students are represented in their degrees and that they get the most out of their education from admission to graduation. This means they're responsible for championing academic issues across the university, advocating for students' interests in academic departments, and improving learning opportunities for students.
My name is Amber and I'm joined with James Driver, who is running for Academic Officer. So welcome to the studio, James, and we're just going to jump straight into it.
Thank you.
So you propose an aim to secure value for money, and part of this is going to be 24/7 library access. So what would you say the specific benefits of, the library being open 24/7 as opposed to other already open study spaces would be? And how about the library's statement that their 10 p.m. Fairhurst closure and midnight Morel closing times as part of their eco mode actually is environmentally friendly?
I think students in general benefit from having as many study spaces open as they can. I think from that point, I think students need as much access as they can. I think the library is one of the main hubs that people use that also has all the resources they need within it. And I think from the point of having many other major universities, Leeds, Manchester, etc., all have 24/7 libraries. The question is, why haven't we? I understand there's problems eco-wise. Can we bring in a model that maybe 25% of it stays open over that time, and we offset that? I think that's something we can look at, and something I would look at, and I'm open to negotiating with any stakeholders as always to try and get that done. But I do think this is important, and it's something students are consistently raising.
Yeah, that sounds lovely. Part of the same point, you also raised the idea of there being a resource grant for students struggling financially. Could you give an outline of how this grant would be used? Is there an amount that you'd be aiming for? How would students be deemed applicable?
First thing I would say, I don't think it's wise to be in an interview before I've seen the books and put a number on it. That to me seems slightly unwise until I have, access to the financial data. Although what I would say is the way it will be budgeted is through protected funds that is still in the pot, as is in the 2023 and 2024 financial accounts from strike pay coming back. If strike pay is going to come back, it needs to come back into the hands of students. It needs to come back into the hands of the most marginalised students that were adversely affected from strike action, whatever anyone's opinions on the strike action at that given time were.
All right, and moving on to another point in your manifesto, you said you aimed to foster positive learning environments through providing ring-fencing funding for department reps. Could you give maybe like an overview of the sorts of ways that representatives could use these funds to strengthen their communities?
I think, for example, where we at the moment in politics, and I'm the politics power rep, are running an EDI project through the student union on the same model that I know English used in the last academic year. I am happy to run that and leading on it. Although we do not have the ability to bring in as many students as English did, because English had money in their EDI budget. We don't. Everyone that is helping me to run this is volunteering to run it. Yes, we want to get it done for students, but to give department reps the resources they need to be able to support all their students in the way they know is going to benefit them, we need financial backing. There's no other way around that.
And would you say that there's a main point of your manifesto that you want people to remember before we leave?
I would say the assessment and feedback, and getting it in within 25 days is something that is really important to me, because I think that's something that's raised for me time and time again before I run for this role. Feedback is completely inconsistent across the university, and that needs to change.
That sounds great. Well, thank you so much. Next up, we're heading over to Studio Blue for another academic interview. Thanks so much for coming in. It's a good interview.
Thank you.
Good times. Got some good points there.
Academic Officer. The Academic Officer's job is to ensure students are represented in their degrees and that they get the most out of their education from admission to graduation. This means they're responsible for championing academic issues across the university, advocating for students' interests in academic departments, and improving learning opportunities for students.
Hello, I'm Will Chesney. I am currently here with Aya Haydar, who is running for Academic Officer, and we're going to ask you a few questions. Okay, first one here. In your manifesto, you mentioned a plan to, quote, reduce the workload and improving training for academic reps. Specifically, what areas of workload are you planning to reduce to achieve that, and how are you going to do that?
So, because of the voluntary severances and the cuts that the university has done to the departments all around the university, by reducing the workload, I mean by ensuring that department staff is adequately aware of what the things they need to do. A lot of the time, student academic reps are being made to do tasks that staff within the university are supposed to do. So by training them properly and then telling staff what they need to do in order to adequately support students, that's how I want to reduce their workload.
Okay, fantastic. Second question. One of the other things you mentioned in your manifesto is you plan to, and I quote, fix supervisor allocation issues by improving the system for matching students with relevant expertise. How do you plan on improving that system?
So the issue of that system is that a lot of the time departments are rushing in order to create those supervisor allocations.
Yep.
So by forcing departments to actually discuss and solidify what students are going to be basing their dissertation on, they're able to spend the summer before third year to allocate those supervisors. So then they have the entire summer to actually do that instead of a couple weeks.
Okay, fantastic. Third one here, again, back to the manifesto. You speak of reviewing and clarifying the structure of academic representation to ensure consistency across departments, because, in your words, there are too many different systems for students to navigate. While you did mention in your published manifesto that academic reps should have clearer roles, as you've mentioned here as well, I'm curious, there's lots of roles, as you mentioned. What are you planning to do with the rest of the roles?
So it's not taking away those roles, it's to make those roles more... Apologies.
That's fine.
To make them more, like the student body more aware of those roles, because departments are subject to pick if they want a student action group, department reps, paid department reps and voluntary course reps, or voluntary department reps and voluntary course reps. We want students don't actually know what their departments are doing, and in order to make those structures more clear, we need to make sure that students know who's representing them, and then there's more consistency within the department.
Okay, one final question, just quickly in the last minute or so. When mentioning about your plan to enforce better communication between departments, you gave an example of clashes with criminology and law. Just quickly, are you able to provide examples that informed other parts of your manifesto?
What exactly part of the manifesto?
Any part, like you mentioned that as an example of a clash that inspired you there. Can you talk to any other incidents that may have inspired other parts of your manifesto?
So I can't talk for other department clashes, but I can give you a very specific example that's happening right now.
Yeah.
Within my department, students are having to submit their dissertation and coursework for another module on the exact same day.
Okay.
That's 11,000 words. Obviously, your dissertation is written throughout the year,
Yeah.
but that's also a lot of pressure to put a student on a student, and then students are having to submit more coursework the day after, or just with 1 day's break. That's unfair, and that's just within a department, and that's not students such as social political sciences, law and criminology, who have subjects and modules between multiple different departments.
Okay, finally, just quickly, because we've only got about 50 seconds left. A lot of your opponents have made sort of quite direct and statistical promises in your manifestos and marketing. You've sort of gone for phrases such as fixing, clarifying, slightly, if you don't mind my saying, vaguer. Quickly, why is that, would you say?
That's because I'm not in the academic officer role. I'm not exactly sure. I cannot make promises for students. I'm not here to lie to you and tell you I can do this, this and that. If I'm elected for the role, I will try my hardest to ensure that improvements are made, but I cannot promise you specific improvements because I don't know what's within my scope of the role. So I know roughly what I can do, but I'm not sure 100% what I can
Okay, we're going to have to cut you off there, unfortunately, because we've reached the end of our time. Next, we've got Millie interviewing Isaac for the role of academic officer. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Academic officer. The academic officer's job is to ensure students are represented in their degrees and that they get the most out of their education from admission to graduation. This means they're responsible for championing academic issues across the university, advocating for students' interests in academic departments, and improving learning opportunities for students.
Hello, I am Millie and I'm here with Isaac. Just to start at the start of your manifesto, about your idea for a 50-word minimum for written feedback for coursework.
Yeah.
Would you seek to improve how long the marking takes to ensure students are receiving their results within 25 working days? And do you think implementing this policy would further exacerbate this current issue?
Yeah, so I think with the timeliness of exam feedback, I've spoken to the students in the econ department and a couple across English Lit and some of the STEM subjects, and I feel like the sentiment that I've heard is mainly about the quality of the feedback. If it meant that the 25-day working day even was extended to 30 days with the 50-word minimum, I feel like that would be a better approach. I feel like students need effective feedback in order to grow and be better as students, and being super timely is important when planning for semesters ahead. However, I think students that I've spoken to especially, and I hope the majority agree, they would prefer better feedback.
Thank you. You talk about York hasn't updated their AI policy in 2 years. I know from the English department that there has been a recent change to that policy.
Yep.
Does this mean you're proposing to have one unified policy?
Yeah, so my manifesto is regarding the permissible use guidelines that the university has released, and they haven't been updated since November 2023. Currently, the university, I understand their position in that they want departments to have flexibility. However, the lack of consistency is really confusing. And I think a unified messaging from the university about what they expect AI to be used for and what it should not be used for can be greater clarified, and we can actually use AI far better. The technology has changed a lot in the last 2 years. It used to not be able to write your answer, it now can. Research can be greatly increased in efficiency using AI. We've got these products from Microsoft, Cloud, and Google. All of them are about increasing the efficiency of research, and the university hasn't provided the means to teach people and make them become AI literate, which is what Russell Groups wish to intend students to be.
Thank you. In both parts of your manifesto, you talk about your digital policy and food in terms of opening things, and the implementation of mobile hotspots for those suffering from internet poverty. In your vision, only a couple of days ago, it says the university recently announced 15 million more in cuts after a series of previous voluntary redundancies, and there's currently a lot of funding issues. So how would you fund these policies?
Yeah, so that policy is regarding those facing severe digital poverty, and you may not know there's 1.7 million homes in the UK without internet. Mobile hotspot devices, I've seen them myself, you can buy them for 30 quid. Plans for about a month when people would be going home, £10-15. And I think £50 for the students that really need them, I'm going to be honest, I don't think it's going to impact a majority of students. It's going to be a couple of hundred. Obviously, we're going to have to do some more analysis and see how feasible it is, but I genuinely think we can get something in place to increase the support for those most in need.
Great, thank you. With our last 30 or so seconds, you mentioned the last section of your manifesto about advocating. So what is your previous experience? Because you talk about maintaining an open door policy. So how are you using that, and has that been successful in the past?
Yeah, so I come from a different angle than other candidates in that I don't have experience on committees and reps. I've been a house captain and prefects in my previous education. However, I want new voices inside of the committees and rep teams. It often feels like these students don't feel represented because they become very sheltered in their communities, and we need to reach out to more students. So that open door policy.
Thank you so
really
much.
helps.
Apology, we ran out of time. Next
fine.
up, the exit interview. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joe Brearley, and I have the pleasure of being joined by York SU's outgoing academic officer for 2024-25, Fenella Johnson. Fenella, thanks very much for joining us.
Hi.
How have you found your time as academic officer for the past year?
It's been an interesting year.
There's been a lot of good things, but there's been a lot of challenges as well. I think initially coming to this role, I hadn't been a department rep before, so I was coming into it from a very different perspective. So it took me quite a while to get up to date with like academic policy and the way things work at the university. I also learnt very quickly that things in my manifesto were already underway and projects that were ongoing at the university. So that was both helpful and also not helpful at the same time. But it meant that I was on the same page with a lot of people going into things. Working for the SU has been really fun. The staff here are great and really supportive, and we got a lot of training at the beginning as well, so that definitely helped. And I've been really fortunate to work with a really great team this year as well, and I feel like we've achieved quite a lot.
Lovely. Well, let's cast your mind back a little bit to 2024 when you were campaigning for this role. How did you find it? Was it more nervous or more exciting?
I think my year was a bit different because I was running uncontested. So it took a little bit of the stress out of it, because unless people really, really hated me, I kind of knew that I was going to get the role at the end of it. But it was a really exciting time to meet the other candidates and actually meet academic reps who I would be working with for the following year. But I'd also prepared quite a lot of manifesto and like campaign materials, so I wanted to like campaign like everybody else was to still show that I was serious about the role. But no, I mostly had a really good time campaigning last year. I think everyone was really supportive of each other, and I had that huge bear, so it was quite funny trying to carry that around with me everywhere.
I remember the bear and I remember the banner outside Nisa. That was impressive.
I feel like I kind of felt a bit bad for that one at the end of the day, because I put this massive banner up and everybody else kind of was like, oh, we could have done that and we're running against people. And I was like, well, I got there first. So hopefully there'll be some banners this year.
Yeah, so obviously the banner worked because you were successfully elected.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what do you think has been the most challenging part of your role?
There's been a lot of challenges. I think potentially the most challenging thing, like I said earlier, was just getting up to date with academic policy. I think I have a very different role to the other SABs in that I'm very university orientated. I'm in a lot of meetings all the time. I'm not necessarily planning events and working on big campaigns with the others. So firstly, getting my head into a role that was in a bit of a different space than the others was really difficult. And then just reading policy and understanding what it means so I could accurately represent students. That was really difficult. But the staff here are really great, and the student voice team are good too. So they helped me a lot to understand things, and we have briefings for a lot of meetings. So you are being represented in these meetings, don't worry. But they were just a bit difficult to get my head around at the beginning.
Yeah, and of course you said about being university oriented. Obviously the SU can't impact grades or marking.
Mm-hmm.
So why do you think it's important for the SU to have an academic officer?
So one of the things that happened this year was the calculator policy, which I'm sure a lot of people know about. So in 2019, the Standing Committee on Assessment put through a policy that said in the 24-25 academic year, calculators that we previously provided to students, we now are not going to provide to students. And about a week before the Christmas holidays, students started coming to me saying, have you heard about this policy that's being implemented? So I took it back to Standing Committee on Assessment, and basically it almost gotten lost that this policy was supposed to come in this year. So the communication wasn't great. Students didn't really know about it. Staff didn't really know about it. The new Standing Committee on Assessment didn't know about it, and neither did I. But without having an academic officer, that information wouldn't have been relayed to anybody from the students. And then I was able to make sure that it was being communicated to students through our representatives and through department staff. And also we were able to ensure that there were things put in place for the common assessment period that meant students who turned up without a calculator or without a calculator on the approved list were still able to take that exam and were provided one. I was then able to advocate for students in further meetings and set up a process for calculator loans that will be implemented into the next common assessment period and in further academic years as well. So without having somebody there representing students, you wouldn't be able to collect that student feedback as, I guess, intensely as I was able to collect it and really hear from students. And if you're just relying on staff members all the time, they're not on the ground speaking to students either, and they weren't recently students. I feel like I'm saying students so many times. So sometimes it's really hard, like you can lose sight of that perspective really easily, whereas I'm consistently like in the mix, chairing meetings, being in rooms with people and hearing opinions. So it's really important that even just for little things or for bigger things like that policy, that there's somebody advocating for you all the time whose only purpose is to advocate for students as well.
Yeah, well, as a SAB, it's probably good that you're saying students a lot. So obviously that was a fantastic achievement. What do you think has been your biggest achievement in your just under a year? Or is there one?
I feel like, again, with academics, it's not necessarily about doing big wins. I think as a team, we've had some amazing wins, like the accommodation prices, the most recent one that I think people have heard about. But individually in my remit, I think the calculator policy was one of the bigger wins because that was quite a public win. A lot of the things I do, I think, go under the radar a bit and maybe affect a minority of students rather than the majority of students. One thing I'm really proud of that Rich from the Advice Service and I worked together on and presented to Standing Committee on Assessment was a paper on academic misconduct procedures. This is something I was really passionate about coming into the role, but doesn't necessarily affect every student at the university. But over the summer, there's going to be a review into stamp panels, and these are the panels that if you are accused of academic misconduct, it will go to this panel and they'll do the investigation and they'll decide the outcomes. And we realised very quickly there was no general guidance for these panels, so they're all operating in different ways, and that means that students aren't being communicated to well enough. So you might not know that you've got an issue with your assessment until 2-3 weeks down the line, and obviously that's not acceptable when you've been given a grade and then you're suddenly told that's going to be capped or that's changed. And they're really stressful situations to go through if you have been involved in something like that before. So over the summer we're going to create guidance that every single stamp panel will have to ensure that the process is the same for everybody and every student is being communicated to in the same way, and that there is almost a policy and guidance so that if it doesn't happen in that way and your experience with the panel and the investigation isn't right, you'll be able to see this and know exactly what was supposed to happen and when. And I think for students in that situation, that's going to help a lot and hopefully ease a lot of stress.
Yeah. What qualities do you think helped you achieve those things? What qualities do you think makes a good academic officer?
Somebody who, well, firstly is okay with reading policy and is happy to read a lot of papers. Potentially somebody who's focused on a lot of smaller details as well. It's good to have an idea of the bigger picture, but you need to be able to pick out small things that are going to impact students, because otherwise they could go under the radar quite quickly. And then confidence in yourself and the ability to public speak. It's not necessarily something I think you have to be good at the start, because I was rubbish at public speaking when I first came in, but you're consistently in rooms, especially in this role, with heads of departments, senior leadership staff, Tracy Lightfoot, and they can be quite scary and intimidating people when you don't know them at first, especially when you're going against something that they've proposed. So just the confidence in yourself to know that you are doing the right thing for students, you're listening to their opinions and you are their voice, and really driving that forward and make sure that you're allowing yourself to be heard in those spaces. Don't let people talk over you or brush you under the rug. I think those.
Yeah. What takes up most of your day as that kind of academic officer, do you think? What task is the biggest one on your Google Calendar?
Well, I guess kind of going back to what I've previously said, I'm in meetings most of the time. I definitely have the most meeting-heavy role. Some of those meetings go on for 3 hours as well. So that, generally, if I have one of those meetings, that's taken up the whole day. So yeah, probably big meetings and then just going through agendas and papers, making sure that I'm prepared for the meetings and I've got written down exactly what I want to say.
And what's the biggest part of the job you'll miss, do you think?
Not the meetings. I think I'm going to miss working with a really good collaborative team, and that's both the SAB team and the Student Voice team. We have a lot of fun in the office. We get a lot of good work done together.
and I've really enjoyed making the TikToks this year and the videos, so I think I really miss that, especially if I go into a more corporate job. But just the collaboration, and also like we do work really hard as a group, but also we have some really good fun times as well, and it's really nice to get involved in the student activities and just be with students on like a human level. And that's something I don't think you get in a lot of jobs, so I'm definitely going to miss that in this place.
Fenella, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we will now be moving on to our interviews for candidates for the sports officer role.
Sports officer. This role helps manage university and college sport and serves as a main point of contact for any sports-related queries. As well as organising varsity and roses, the sports officer is responsible for representing university and college sports, leading the York Sport Committee, and improving access to sports at York.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us on Candidate Interview Night. My name is Matthew Keel. I'm delighted to be joined by Millie Martin, a third-year psychology student who is one of the candidates running for the role of sports officer in next year's York Zoo Committee. Millie, welcome to the studio.
Thank you for having me.
It's lovely to have you here. Would you mind briefly introducing yourself and giving a very brief outline as to why you're running for this position?
Hello, my name is Millie Martin. I am running for this position mostly because I had an ACL injury last year that really ignited a second passion for sport. I've been psychology officer this year for the department, and I have also been on the football university committee for the last 2 years. I'm really passionate about football in particular, and it's a job that I would really love to take.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to your key manifesto points. Now, your first key point is surrounding safer sport at York.
Yeah.
You propose a centralised online programme for those participating in sport at York. What format will this take and how will people access it?
Yeah, so obviously I can only go off previous experience on how I think this would look. So as I've just said, I'm the psychology department rep this year. What we set up in psychology is obviously different but similar system. We went with an online VLE system where basically the students of psychology now have access to everything in one place. So this online centralised VLE system is a community tab which has all of the key information in one place. The way that I think this would work is very similar to that system. So I think it would be a website similar to one of the websites we already have up, but a separate tab on this website with all of the sport-specific injury prevention, nutrition guidance, online S&C, and obviously utilising those connections that I already have from my rehabilitation in order to get subsidised rates for these programmes online.
Thank you very much. And will this be outsourced or will this be sort of developed in-house?
I think it'll probably be developed with myself and obviously the members of staff that I would be working with, and then obviously we would aim to get this ready to go as soon as possible for the upcoming season, just so that all of the athletes at York, whether that's college sport, social sport or uni sport, can use that pretty much as soon as it's ready, hopefully.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to your next manifesto point. Now, you talk about a more collaborative sports system. It's no secret there's a vast inequality between the amount of funding certain clubs receive and how some clubs are treated. This being further exposed by the meeting that you propose could lead to some tension. So how would you prevent this from happening, or how would you resolve it if it did happen?
Yeah, so I think that the idea that I came up with would be to have separate meetings kind of grouped into sport-specific categories, if that makes sense. So you could have racket sports, for example, you could have field sport, you could have like those more indoor sports, and you could kind of group them into their own communities so that they can relate to each other more. I would also propose potentially having one for university clubs, one for college clubs, and then a more open forum as well. Obviously, I totally agree that I understand how tension could arise from this, but I think that the main thing is that we need to understand that we are doing this in order to work together, in order to better the committees and the clubs. So I think reflecting on the strengths and how we can help each other first before addressing the weaknesses, which is like where we'd want to go with this new community like feel, just so that if there is a club struggling with something as simple as committee positions and how to get that extra help, that can be provided by just simple communication and transparency.
Thank you. And your third main point, moving on, is surrounding inclusivity in sports. Now, you say that there no barriers or discrimination will exist in the sporting community should you be elected. Now, there's one barrier to entry that you didn't mention in your manifesto, which is cost. The rising cost of living is making gym or sports club memberships unaffordable for many students. Do you plan to tackle this should you take office? And if so, what steps would you take?
This is definitely something I plan to look at. Obviously, I didn't refer it directly in my manifesto because I don't want to create false promises before I'm in the position. I would obviously want to see what the funding looks like from an insider perspective before promising things that obviously might might not be achievable. So the way that I think I would tackle this, I am myself a student who works 4 part-time jobs. I don't benefit from the Access Activities Grant, so I can see how this is becoming a problem. Myself included, I do struggle to pay the current fees of university clubs that I would want to attend. So the main thing that I would look at is looking at the activity access grant. Because of the cost of living, can we like decrease the household income, and is there an avenue for that? That would be my first port of call for that.
Well, thank you very much. That's all we have time for, I'm afraid. Millie, thank you so much for joining us today. Coming up next in the other studio is Erin interviewing Akash Guru-Prasad. I've been Matthew Keel, and enjoy the rest of your evening here with URY.
Thank you.
Sports Officer. This role helps manage university and college sport and serves as a main point of contact for any sports-related queries. As well as organising varsity and roses, the sports officer is responsible for representing university and college sports, leading the York Sport Committee, and improving access to sports at York.
Hello, my name is Erin Chappell, and I'm here with Akash interviewing for the position of sport officer. Now I'll just go straight into my first question. In your manifesto, you talk about inclusivity for students irrespective of their background. What gaps do you see in the current student union's effort for inclusivity, and how would you provide improvement?
I would like to continue my point on inclusivity. As an international student and a master's student myself, when I get a busy schedule, in spite of that, I'm putting a lot of effort into participating in a lot of sports, but I don't see a lot of them coming up. So I would like to personally promote myself to show that, okay, I can do this. Maybe I can help you out to, to promote sports for masters and international students.
And you talk about the lack of handicapped and disabled sport teams and the want to create opportunities. What resources, such as financial, personnel, facilities, training, would be required to create and sustain such opportunities?
This is something I've witnessed. I've not had much of opportunities to work, in that area before. But I'm happy to learn more about that stuff, how to provide, facilities for handicapped people, or deaf people, blind people, and make them feel represented at any level of sport.
Definitely. And you talk about raising the standards of sport in the university. Could you elaborate a little bit about what you mean by this?
The thing is that by nature I have a winning mentality. That is, I want every sports clubs to win, irrespective of anything that happens. But of course, support will be there. If I was elected, I'll give myself 100%. Anything you need, I'm there for you, and yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, and just as a general question, why are you running for sports officer?
Yes, this seems like a crazy question. Some people might have come to me and asked, you're here only for 6 months. Why are you running? I was like, because why not? And for that, I think people also call me a gutsy person, because it takes some amount of guts to actually, run for an officer role, let alone any role.
Definitely. Yeah. And one of the things to do with sport that I find a lot of people benefit from is the Activities Access Grant, which offers reimbursement of up to £80 to cover the cost of joining student groups. Do you think this system is fit for purpose?
I would say in some ways, yes, if it benefits the club itself, I would say. But for me, it does apply to some clubs. It doesn't apply to some. So yeah, I would like to look upon the grant itself in the first place if I was elected, and see what can work to in order to attain sustainability.
Definitely.
Cost,
And would this be expanding it to provide more funding?
Yep, 100%. Anything to improve funds and get funds so that the raise and the standards of sports will rise. I would like to put it at the top level.
Definitely.
Amongst the elite, I would say.
Definitely. And why should the student population of University of York vote for you to be sports officer?
I'll be brutally honest with you. I may not offer much of information as the other officers did, but one thing you'll get from me is 100% honesty, transparency, and you get guts from me. So of course, I was only here for 6 months. I'm only here. I'm here for like 6 months. 6 more months, and then I'll not be here.
Mm-hmm.
It takes some amount of guts, the courage to actually take a role like that. If I can do it, if I can like take 6 months to get the courage to gather the guts to get and take the role, sports officer role, even more challenging, but I can do it.
Definitely. And as a final question,
Yeah.
what is your favourite sport that you're most passionate about?
Oof, difficult question. I would say cricket because it's my number one sport. This is a sport I've started watching since I was 5. Then tennis comes up next.
Definitely. Well, thank you a bunch. We'll pass over to Polly to do another interview for Sports Officer.
Sports Officer. This role helps manage university and college sport and serves as a main point of contact for any sports-related queries. As well as organising varsity and roses, the sports officer is responsible for representing university and college sports, leading the York Sport Committee, and improving access to sports at York.
Hello, I'm Polly McGill and I'm sat here with Kim Blankson here running for Sports Officer. Let's kick off the interview with why did you decide to run for this role, Kim?
Well, that's a really good question, actually, because it took me a really long time to properly decide it, and it was because I wanted to make sure that I was properly passionate about it, and that's because I've taken part in sport for the entire time I've been at university, and it's been a really important part of why I've been able to even keep going with my degree, and I want to make sure that everyone gets to experience the same level of sport that I got to.
That's brilliant. I'm going to talk a bit about your manifesto here. So you mentioned a concern in the quality of first aid and physio in sports societies. In your manifesto, you decide to change this. How would you ensure that members of sports clubs could receive proper training in first aid to a sufficient level across the board?
I want to make sure that the first aid training that we're giving the committees especially is first aid that's certified, so they could even put it in their CVs for employability.
Yeah.
And also making sure that this is part of the mandatory training they do at the beginning of the year when they do the first handover. And also like equip them with first aid kits to make sure that they're equipped, but they also have like the right facilities to do so.
You also mention the importance of mental health as well as physical health in sports teams and sports societies. Open door run appointments you mentioned in your manifesto. What would this entail, and how do you think this could benefit the student body at the University of York?
I want to make sure that the specific mental health sessions that are being given to sports athletes are, especially for injury, something to do with like sports psychology, like based, trying to help them get back into the game and having like a talking based conversation of how they feel and how they felt throughout the whole process, because it's really important to make sure that they feel heard and that they feel like they feel comfortable of actually getting back to it, because sometimes when you're injured you feel a bit like weary about what you're doing. And I want to make sure that with Open Door they're really aware of that different side of mental health as well.
And what made you decide that this would be a main priority for you?
Last year I spent a lot of my time injured. I had a tibial plateau fracture, which is actually quite rare, and it was kind of difficult to deal with it because I'm such an active person, and I just had to be sat on my couch for like the whole day for at least 4 months. And then after that I thought I'd be okay, but then I couldn't really walk properly for a couple of months, and it's made me realise just how big of an issue this is, and that shouldn't be the case. It should be made aware regardless of how you've been in a situation before.
Yeah. A key concern of yours is the price and availability of sport to students at the University of York. Do you think the price of sports facilities is reasonable on campus, or how do you desire us to challenge this further?
I think based on how the facilities are at the moment, I say it's not completely balanced, because for some sports they don't even have the lines to play on. For other sports they don't have the actual proper court that is preferred for their sport. For example, the tennis bubble isn't really up to scratch either. I think more improvements need to be made so that the cost is matched with what we're actually wanting to receive, and that's really important, especially for improving athletes' potential.
That's brilliant. Lastly, what makes you stand out against all the other candidates running today? What makes you, in particular, the most eligible for this role?
I think it's a mixture of my experience and then my passion as well. Being VP of Sport for Goodrick for 2 years and then having that little bit of like uni sport experience has like a very unique angle of how things work. I'm really into the SU side, so I've made a lot of connections within that space as well, so that's been really useful. But I'm the kind of person that doesn't want to back down if something seems to be really difficult. If someone tells me no, I hate it. So I just want to make sure that everything that I want to achieve is done in some kind of way, or I've laid out the foundations to do that in the long term as well.
That's brilliant. It's been so lovely talking to you, Kim, and I hope everyone listening knows that they can make the right decision in hopefully electing you as potential candidate. Up next, we have Joe Brearley interviewing Sophia Gauntlet for Sports Officer. Thank you.
Sports Officer. This role helps manage university and college sport and serves as a main point of contact for any sports-related queries. As well as organising varsity and roses, the sports officer is responsible for representing university and college sports, leading the York Sport Committee, and improving access to sports at York.
My name is Joe Brearley, and I am here interviewing the sports officer candidate, Sophia Gauntlet. Sophia, thank you very much for joining us here in the studio.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, we'll hop right in. So before we go into your manifesto, I'd just like to ask you, what was your biggest motivation for running for this role?
Well, obviously, I love sport. I think when I was in secondary school, I wasn't labelled as a sporty person because I didn't have very good hand-eye coordination. But coming to university and just getting a bit older, I've learnt to accept my identity as a sporty person. I think beyond just the competitive side, it's such a good way to meet people, to move your body, which is hugely beneficial for physical and mental health. And even the organising side of things, like being on a committee, working behind the scenes, there's so many soft skills you can pick from that, and I think it does carry you through life, even if it's not directly leading to a job. Just having the confidence to take on roles like that, I think is very empowering.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's really interesting. Okay, we'll go into your manifesto. So one of your first manifesto points is that you want to introduce semesterly club memberships alongside annual memberships. Do you think that runs the risk of students buying a membership for one semester and attending for an entire semester, or an entire year? And would that potentially impact the club's finances?
So obviously that's, clubs. I assume clubs monitor this. They would want to monitor that everyone turning up to sessions has a membership. But in terms of the, I suppose, risk of students buying it for semester one and only turning up to semester one, that's kind of exactly why I think there needs to be a manifesto point, or just a change that's made. If you are a semester abroad student, if you're going on a leave of absence, if you just get a bit busy or just decide you want to try a different sport, I think it's really important that you can do that and not feel locked into one sport because you've purchased one very expensive annual membership.
Yeah, and then you also said you wanted to change how the activities access grant gets paid. I was wondering how you would change it from the current system and how that would make it more accessible. Would this just be through treasurer signposting, or would you take actions to change the system itself?
So, system itself, currently you buy a membership, or you apply for the grant, you have to buy the membership and then get reimbursed that, and the same with participation costs. That means students, it kind of relies on students having the disposable income in their accounts to begin with to buy that membership up front. And it also means, I think this last round of activities access grant got filled how many people they could support within 24 hours. So for those that don't get there in time, you've bought a membership and you can't get reimbursed for it.
Yeah.
So I think, if anything, that makes the accessibility so much better.
Yeah. You also said that you want the information section, about reforming the newsletter. You included a part about alumni income streams. Would this be a new kind of income stream? And if it is, would it compete with other forms of income such as U-Fund from alumni?
So I think it's more adding to it. From my experience working in a club, we've, over the last couple of years, really tried to engage alumni, because the more engaged they are, the more strong a relationship they have with the club or just York in general, the more likely they are to donate. And I've seen a lot of labour go in on the club side to try and keep touch with alumni, tell them what's going on. But it's a lot of work to put on students. So I think if the union can take away some of that labour from students, sort of centrally work on these alumni relations, they can get a little more money out of them, and also advice.
Yeah. Thank you, Sophia. We're now going to move on to the next sports officer interview, which is with Darcy Graham. Thank you, Sophia.
No worries.
Sports officer. This role helps manage university and college sport and serves as a main point of contact for any sports-related queries. As well as organising varsity and roses, the sports officer is responsible for representing university and college sports, leading the York Sport Committee, and improving access to sports at York.
And I'm here with sports officer candidate Darcy Graham. So let's go right into your first manifesto point of inclusivity, obviously a very important issue within sport. You mentioned wanting to improve communication between minority groups and the sports union. Could you develop on this and tell us what specific policies you would implement?
Hi, so inclusivity is really, and accessibility are really at the forefront of my campaign. Regarding improving communication with underrepresented groups, I really want to set up more forums. So I'd like to set up forums for women in sport, disability in sport, minority ethnic groups, and more communication with postgraduate and mature students. I really think it's important that they feel they're able to talk to me and express their opinions, because at the end of the day, they will have different experiences to me, and I want to be able to implement things that will help them. I'm especially keen on really pushing the growth of women's sport at the university. We've already seen that through the growth of women's college football, and I'd like to encourage that, as well as disability sport and having some more permanent disability sports at the university.
That's great. You also addressed the necessity of including transgender athletes in the sports community. Could you clarify how participation has been limited? And in light of this, tell us how you intend to support transgender athletes.
Anyone who's at all aware knows that this is not a particularly good time for transgender people, especially transgender athletes in this country. Many national governing bodies are changing their rules so that transgender athletes can no longer participate in the gender they self-identify with, which then gets adapted into Bucks rules. I really want to lobby Bucks a bit more. As a sports officer, I'd be a member of the North Yorkshire Bucks region, and I would go and speak to other officers who can then communicate with Bucks, and it would be an issue at the forefront of those conversations for me. Within the university, from a smaller perspective, keep the inclusivity we have at college level, include more mixed sports, because the more mixed teams we can have for sports, the more people that can compete safely, and just ensure that York as a university doesn't just tolerate trans people in sport, it champions them and really advocates for them.
Thank you. Later in your manifesto, you say you want to hold another sports fair in Refreshers Week. Do you think this is feasible considering time commitment, scheduling and equipment involved? How would you facilitate this?
I understand that it's a big time commitment. From the clubs I've spoken to, it's something they're all keen to commit to, and I think would be willing to do. Obviously, Refreshers Week, a lot of people don't have class anyway, so it would be there would be the time for clubs to do it. And I think that we owe clubs a chance to speak to more people. And I think that we have the arena, we have the space that we can put them in, and we already know how to run it. It's just about finding another day that works for it.
Okay. The last section of your manifesto focuses on both financial and environmental sustainability. You pledge to control the rising cost of sport. Obviously, this is a key concern. For a lot of people, sport is expensive, even as a casual level. In light of the cost of living crisis and the university's financial difficulties, what methods would you implement to help make sport more affordable for everyone?
So at the end of the day, I can't fix the rising costs. That is something that's completely beyond the scope of our university. However, I can help students afford to play sport more. For me, one of the biggest parts of that is protecting college sport. It is currently the cheapest available way, other than social sport, for people to participate consistently in sport. And I think that controlling the rising cost of college sport and ensuring that all the money is going back into college sport is really, really important. I also really want to have more donations for kit and equipment. I think that alumni they often have kit that they just don't need anymore. They won't use. It doesn't fit them. It's just not fit for purpose anymore for them, but can still be used by other students. Akuma kit is incredibly expensive. They're a great provider, but not everyone can afford it, and they deserve to feel part of their club and included and be able to access that kit.
Leading on from the college sport aspect, do you think colleges who are already facing quite decreased funding will realistically be able to access the necessary equipment, space, storage space to hold sessions?
Yeah, so I understand that it's a difficulty. For me, I think that collaboration between college sports clubs is the best way to do this. I think having more, so for example, for college hockey, you could have one lot of balls that get used. Everyone has different training times, so they can be kept in the sports centre and then brought out. I think that just sharing equipment and sharing the cost across clubs is the best way to ensure that competition can still go ahead.
Thank you so much, Darcy. Now over to Studio Red for another interview with sports officer candidate Olivia Cartwright.
Sports officer. This role helps manage university and college sport and serves as a main point of contact for any sports-related queries. As well as organising varsity and roses, the sports officer is responsible for representing university and college sports, leading the York Sport Committee, and improving access to sports at York.
Hello. My name is Zara and I'll be interviewing Olivia Cartwright, who is running for Sports Officer. So, hello, Liv.
Hi.
My first question is about representation in sport at York. So, sport can often be seen as very male-dominated. How do you plan on increasing women's engagement and participation in sports at York?
So, I think a lot of it is about showing people that there's a space for themselves. So, I think we need to show women's sport more in terms of one of my main manifesto points is I want to collaborate with you guys in student media to show more people in sport. So even if it's showing uni women's rugby in Courtyard, streaming it live and things like that, so we can show people that there is a space for them. Another thing I want to do, which I think is really important, is a lot of young athletes, women specifically, really struggle with things like period stigma in sports. So I want to lobby for free period products in York sports facilities, because I think this is a bigger issue than just us as students, because York Sport caters to the public as well. So I think that really showing us that there's a place and that we are supported by the companies and the facilities around us, that there are a place for us as women in sports across York.
Mm-hmm. Brilliant. Okay, so you've been the president of gymnastics for the last 2 years.
Yes.
How do you think that would aid and improve your performance as sports officer if you were to be elected?
So I think one of the things that I've really worked on over the last 2 years is our engagement. I've increased our engagement massively within this club. We were very struggling to begin in, and now I can confidently say we are a firm club. We are going nowhere. Our engagement has, I think, we increased it by not quite tenfold, but almost, I think. Things like that. Another thing is the fact that one of my other manifesto points, I want to create an intra-Yorkshire University competition. And you go, whoa, how do you know you've got the experience for that? But within our league, as gymnastics, I hosted and organised with only 2 other committee members a competition which had over 120 entries from 15 different unis. So I think that I've got connections with other universities and things like that. And an ability to kind of talk to people and things like that and organise things like that.
Mm-hmm. Brilliant. Okay, so of course you've just previously mentioned using student media societies to increase the reach of sport across university. What key messages or parts of university sport would you like to convey in this media?
I think about increasing pride of sport. I think because we have, there's been a decrease in engagement for everyone. And I think showing that, or getting new people involved, being if you show novice uni sport, people who thought that they couldn't do it, will have a chance to go, oh, that looks cool, I should have a try, from my sport specifically, example, if someone goes, oh, it's too hard, but you see someone compete in a forward roll, getting a medal, and you go, I can do that. Maybe I should go along and give it a try. Or someone who's oh, I didn't know we had another club, for example, handball or something like that. I can go along and give it a go.
Yeah, so. Definitely. Could you tell me a little bit about the cost of sports at York with reference to things like club membership and or gym membership?
Yeah, that one is a hard one because we all know that the money situation is tight. That you can look at internally and go, oh, can we tighten this bit in here? But I think I want to look at getting once again, if an intra-Yorkshire University competition, I want local businesses to invest in us. Yorkshire pride and being proud of Yorkshire is a very big concept within the county. So I think we should use that and let local businesses invest in local sports and show that they are willing to support us. Because if you don't ask, you don't get.
Yes, very true. And for the last little bit, what inspired you to run for this role?
I think seeing that, like, we have a lack of engagement, and the current sports union and the current committee, they are really trying, but like we have a lot of resources for us that are available, and I think it's just the fact that we do need to push it more. It's like I've noticed that by pushing the club more, I've increased my engagement, and I want to be able to do that for all sports, all clubs. We're athletes. We're driven by more, like constantly. That is what pushes us and drives us. And I just think the fact that I want the rest of the sports to be able to achieve what I've achieved in my own club, in reaching more people.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, we will now be heading to Tanisha Jane and Joe Brearley. Thank you very much, Olivia.
Good evening and welcome to our exit interview with the outgoing sports officer, TJ. TJ, you've been in this role for 2 years. How do you feel?
Right now I feel excited to see who's going to take over me and hopefully continue, all the amazing work that people before me have done, that the SU does, and that hopefully I have done a little bit of too. I also feel quite nervous because I have done the elections 2 years and I know how stressful they are, so I'm a bit nervous for all the candidates. All in all, I think I'm a bit overwhelmed because I do not want to leave York, but I feel really loved and really happy that I made the decision to come to York and, become a SAB, and just happy about how life has turned out so far.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I said before, you've been in the role for 2 years. What do you think is the proudest moment from those 2 years?
Wow, the proudest.
I know it's hard to whittle down, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to just choose one moment because obviously even though like my role is sports, there is so much other stuff you do being a SAB, and I think the thing I was most proud of was the fact that I'm the first, if not the first in many, many years, like the first South Asian woman to become the sports officer. So I was the last York Sport Union president. I'm the first sports officer, and that is something I'm really proud of because as I'm sure you know, I've been very, very loud about EDI and how much like I'm very passionate about equality, diversity and inclusivity, and I always say this: you can't be what you can't see, and I think it is so important for a diverse range of people to be in SAB roles, and I think that is what I'm most proud of, is that I could put people like me on that platform, and I don't look like a conventional athlete, and I know that, and I'm glad I could put myself on that and say that an athlete can look like anything they want to look like you don't have to look a certain way, and I think that's something I'm really, really proud of to give that opportunity.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, my next question, of course, is what do you think is the biggest challenge you've faced in your role? Do you think that has something to do with it? Or do you think it was more of a policy? Do you think it's been a really policy-challenging role?
I mean, obviously, there are challenges that come with the role. I'm sure we know the university's financial situation is not the greatest, and when you want, sports to be for as many people as you want, unfortunately, that comes with a lot of costs. So I think funding obviously has been a big challenge. But except that, I don't know, sometimes it's quite easy to feel like I have that imposter syndrome. Like a lot of times I feel that I'm an imposter and I don't deserve this, but then I remember that I was democratically elected for 2 years in a row, so that if I can't see something in myself, clearly the students saw something in me that they were confident to vote for me for 2 years.
Yeah. What is something that you wish you could have achieved?
Well,
if you had another year.
So currently, it's something on this year's manifesto, which I'm still hoping I can get somewhere with, is the mental health gym referral program. It's very difficult because this is the one thing I actually have fully thought through. I've got the funding for it, but unfortunately, the university mental health services are so under pressure and they're so overwhelmed right now. I'm just not getting a response, essentially. I quite honestly need open door support to do this because I want it to be accessible to all students, and open door is accessible to all students. So that is the one thing I'm really hoping I can still achieve. I'm not sure how far I'm going to get because, again, I essentially need a reply from Open Door or the university's mental health service. But yeah, I'd say that.
Yeah. And of course, you've been here for 2 years. You're part of the furniture, TJ, and we'll miss you. But what do you think you'll miss most about York?
Oh, I mean, I've been thinking about this for the last week. It's Colours Ball this weekend. I'm supposed to give a speech, and I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna get through a speech without crying because York has given me so much. I'm gonna start crying right now, so I do apologize. But I came here when I was 17, and I genuinely thought sports was not for me, and that I would never, ever find a space in sports because, come on, like people like me, especially where I come from, are told sports is not for us, and to be accepted into a community so sorry
okay.
with such open arms, and to then be able to serve that community and hopefully make sure other people like me don't feel that way. I think that is what I'm going to miss, having that power to make a change. And I'm sure, hopefully, whatever I do next, I can still have a power to make a change. But I think I will really miss, I think I'll just really miss being able to be somebody for people. Like, even in these elections and outside of these elections, I've had students come up to me saying that the only reason they joined sport is because they saw someone like me in this position, or that they felt more comfortable being here because I'm a Sab, and I think that is such a beautiful and such a powerful thing, and that I'm gonna miss.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry to make you so emotional,
No,
TJ.
sorry, it's just sports, isn't it?
No, I know. We can all tell you care about it, which is really nice. I mean, I know you'll have a handover with the person who takes your role. What's one thing do you think you'll tell them about the value of sport here at York?
I think I will say that as much as I think all athletes who currently play in the York system, we all want York to be like an elite sporting university, which I also wanted to be one day, but like performance doesn't come without participation. And I would say that, at least for me, and I hope for the last couple presidents, I've seen that we have focused on that participation, and I would like to see that continued, because as much as I want us to perform, performance does not come without participation. And I would just say that you just have to be passionate. Like, do not lose that passion. I think you have to be passionate to be a SAB, because there are challenges thrown at you, challenges sometimes that fall outside of your remit as well. But if you're passionate about students and if you're passionate about making a change, you will get through that. So just do not lose that passion through the year, because sometimes that it can very easily be lost.
Fantastic advice, I think. And of course, we can't interview the sports officer without saying the R word.
Yes.
What's your? I know you'll still be sports officer for Roses this year. So what's your message to the teams?
I mean, my message to the teams is I can't swear on the radio.
Try your best not to.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I would just say that we just have to do this time. Like, we have to go for it. I see the Lancaster red in front of my eyes, and it just induces some kind of rage in me. And I really, really wish that our teams have that mentality when they see that Lancaster red in front of their eyes on our campus playing against us. They have that rage and they just go for it. Just remember, you have the backing of thousands of students here. It's a home Roses. We know we deserve it. Like when we had college varsity, unfortunately we lost. We lost after 5 years in college varsity against Durham.
Wow.
But the outcome I took from that is that if Durham can beat us after losing 5 years in a row, that means we can still we can still win Roses, because we might have lost for the last 3 years, but that's happened before in Roses. That's happened before where York has won 3 or 4 years in a row. So that is my hope and that is my wish.
I think it's only you who could make a win out of a loss at Durham Varsity. TJ, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
No, thank you so much for having me. I can't believe this is my last interview night with UOI.
I know.
It's been a long time.
Well, it's been a pleasure having you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
That was my interview earlier today with outgoing sports officer Tanisha Jain. And you're back in the green room with all of our wonderful guests from across student media. So we've had a lot of interviews there, and we haven't got a lot of time to talk about them. So do we want to start on academic officer? Has anyone got any thoughts on the policies of some of the academic officers this year?
Yeah, I've had a little nosy at Isaac. We saw him in the junior common room sort of talking. There's a few interesting points he's made. I firstly want to touch on sort of advocating for sort of updating the AI policy that the university has. Mm-hmm. I think it's ambitious. AI policy, I mean, every degree is different, so the ways that it could be applied to each degree also varies. There's a lot there's a lot of things to take into account. Like I said, it is quite ambitious, so it'd be interesting to see if he does, if he is successful and gets voted in, what he can do progressing that sort of throughout the year.
Has anyone got any more thoughts on AI, Eddie?
I do think the AI issue could be quite a divisive one, because I think there are a lot of people who are very anti-AI. So I don't know whether that might, for Isaac, that might swing quite a lot of votes either way. So I don't know, that might be quite interesting.
Yeah. I mean, has anyone got any more thoughts on AI policy? I mean, it's a really difficult one to police, especially. But it's a really interesting topic, something very much in the news at the moment. So very relevant, but a really interesting point. Ellen?
Yeah, just think it would be more relevant to humanities probably than STEM. I don't know how they use it in STEM. Maybe that's just because I'm not a STEM student. I don't know what they do really. But I think, yeah, very subjective, like you said.
I think Isaac mentions prompt engineering. I mean, I'm not sure what that necessarily means, but I think there could be some quite good.
I think that's on our end, not on,
I think that it could be. I think it would be helpful for both, definitely, in different ways. Because I think if you don't pay for the premium of ChatGPT and stuff like that, you just kind of have the basic prompts that you'd sort of, ask it questions, blah blah blah. But you can actually train GPT models. We have a friend that's sort of done something along those lines. They have kind of crazy uses, I think, far beyond maybe humanities understand.
I think it's quite interesting. You mentioned about a paid model. So that's an interesting question. If you are introducing AI into academics, then are you introducing a paywall to certain grades? And
Pay to win.
Yeah, really interesting stuff. And unfortunately, I'd love to talk about it more, but we've got to talk about the sports officers who have just been interviewed here. What do we think of the sports officer manifestos this year? Anything interesting? Anything that stands out to you guys?
Darcy had a good point about kit donation or swapping when people leave uni for people that may not be able to afford a whole kit because they're expensive to get a subsidised price for a used one already. So I think that's a really good point on their manifesto.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little discrepancy with that. They'd probably not have to have the person's name on the back.
Yeah, that is the one thing. Would it be? And if that kit's very well used, should I say? But yeah, very interesting.
Could combine it with circuit laundry.
Yeah. Absolutely. Anything else on the sports officer manifestos, Ruben?
Yeah, I think Akash, he sort of has quite a lot of praise for Tanisha's tenure in the position. That was something that I noticed quite a lot in the 6-second manifestos and also manifestos and possibly in the interview tonight as well. I think that's sort of, from what I'm reading from it, if you like what Tanisha's done with the role, then maybe Akash should have your vote. I think that's quite an interesting sort of way to run your campaign, sort of saying that I'm a safe pair of hands who can do what's been done for 2 years, and I'm sort of going to uphold that.
Any other thoughts on that?
I was just going to say, on kind of the counter to that, it's a very open role in the sense that Tanisha obviously can't rerun for it, so it's very much an open kind of anyone can have it kind of thing. I think it's probably the most open of all the sabbatical officer roles, so it'd be really interesting to see who gets it and what kind of position they take it in, because it can really go any way, I think.
I think it's a really, really competitive spot this year. We're also talking about, there was one of the manifestos, I think it was from
Liv Cartwright?
Is that
right?
Liv,
I think so.
About student media, which is us. What did we think of that manifesto point?
If I'm not mistaken, the point was sort of being the sport officer being more involved with student media, the likes of displaying, playing their university matches in courtyard, V-Bar, whenever available. I think it's a great idea, but maybe that's just bias because we are student media.
Yeah.
But I also understand it would be quite demanding, say, if it's every Wednesday or whenever sports teams are playing. Also, maybe there are multiple events going on a certain day. How do you choose what you want to play? I like the idea. I'd be interested to see how it's executed, though.
Yeah. Do you think that would apply to print?
I struggled to see how it would fully, to be honest. I thought it was a bit kind of collaborate with student media, but I'm not really sure how in print that would be possible, because I think we already do a lot with it by itself.
I mean, I think I can see ways that it could, because there's not that much coverage of college sports in print, I would say. I mean, we do try and do it, but it's difficult. And the only thing, I do think that she's gone for the student media vote, which I think they're one of the more involved parts of the electorate, so I think that might be quite an interesting technique as well.
Yeah, it's. I mean, we're all here talking about it, so it's maybe that. I mean, Ruben, obviously, as part of YSTV, do you think it'd be feasible for you to broadcast more sport?
Yeah, it's definitely something that we always mention in our elections. It's head of outreach is always, will you get our content out there on courtyard screens, on even glasshouse screens, and it's very difficult. There's only so much crew that we have, and therefore the moment you broadcast one, another sport team might be coming to you. Oh, when can we have ours broadcast? So it is a logistical nightmare. However, it's something that we really, really do want to do, especially for the really big fixtures.
Yeah, really interesting stuff. Any more thoughts on the sports officer candidates? On it? Any specific policies? Has any of you ever been involved in sport at York? No. Yes.
Yeah.
One.
Luckily, I'm sat down right now, so you can't quite see my height. But I actually played for Langworth basketball, which you wouldn't think so.
Very nice.
Not very successfully, but I tried, and it was a good laugh. It was good fun.
We look forward to seeing you in action, of course, Ruben. Maybe at Roses. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe we'll get on the team. Listen, it's been a fantastic debate, and we'll be back very shortly following the activities officer roles. But we're going to have those coming up for you now, and you can catch up with them live on YouTube as well as on air and online.
Activities Officer. The Activities Officer advocates for and supports societies and student media. Their role includes improving engagement with activity outside of lectures and championing student group interests on campus.
Hello, this is Audrey, and I am interviewing James Taylor for the role of Activities Officer. How are you doing today, James?
I'm doing all right. Thank you for having me.
No worries. So your first question, what inspired you to run for this position, and how do you feel that your personal values align with the responsibility of the role?
So I was thinking about the role when I was thinking of joining it. I kind of was a bit of a spur of the moment decision, really. I just kind of looked at all of the roles. I thought, I do history and politics, basically, so I'm already interested in politics. And I'd never really gotten involved with student politics before. So I looked at the SAB roles, and I think activity stood out to me because societies, I've spent a lot of time in student media with URY and news, and I just thought, it'd be nice to kind of give back and just kind of, advocate for some of the societies getting caught getting caught there. But I was just thinking, like, talking about societies, and because when I've been making my manifesto, there are like issues here that I realised there's stuff that needs to be done here, and I'd like to be the one to try and help people out and be there for them.
You state in your manifesto that you're looking at crossover taster events in terms of Welcome Week for society as a way of encouraging students to branch out. So what role do you see York Zoo playing in promoting and supporting these types of events?
Well, I think there should be a lot more promotion for them. So what I would do, I would basically like to open up a dialogue with these societies more to get these societies encouraged, because you can't like regulate and enforce societies to do socials they don't want to do or put on events they don't want to do. But if we kind of get that into the culture and we get that as more of a potential option, we can connect more societies and bring more people together. An example I want to mention is I know of SOSOC. Every week they do like an incredible social with like another society. So they will be with like Japan Soc or with a charity. And it's all of these like groups of people that you wouldn't ever really see come together. And I think stuff like that, I think we need to put more promotion into. And I think that would make a better united student body.
Amazing. You mentioned offering one-on-one meetings for societies to increase communication accessibility with the SU. How would you manage this on a larger scale, given that there are numerous societies, and ensure that you maintain effective communication with each of them?
So this is one of my main things. Yeah, when I was talking to societies making my manifesto, I realised that many of the complaints they have is that they didn't have like a clear line of communication, really, or they didn't feel like they did. So by making these one-on-ones, I would make myself as activities officer available at all times. And I know there is a massive amount of societies, but I would be more than happy to take on extra work if it meant being there for people, because that's what I believe the role is as activities officer. Like, you are representing these societies, so I would be more than happy to be there for them whenever they need me, like during like the working day, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. You also highlight the frustrations about the societies feeling overlooked. What immediate actions do you think you'd take to rebuild the trust between the societies and the union?
Well, this is with the one-on-ones as well, just being there for them, making sure like there's a human interaction there, because I feel like it's important to know that there is someone looking out for them and that they're not going to be overlooked or like underutilized. So I'd be happy be there for that.
Mhm.
And as well as that, I've also touched on the storage and the room booking, making sure they get the facilities they need in
Mhm.
order to carry out the activities they need to, and in order to progress as a society as well.
Yeah. Obviously, we've got our last activities officer, Caitlin, who's coming on next.
Yes.
But if you get this role, what sort of what would you be maybe carrying on, or what inspiration would you take from that potentially?
It's a great question. I feel like I think Caitlin's been really looking into storage as well. This is an issue I feel about as well, and I think she's done a good job, like really trying to combat that and trying to make sure that societies do get the proper storage they need. I still think there's stuff needs to be done, because societies I was talking to, they still cited storage as an issue. But I feel like Caitlin's already done quite a lot for that, so
Mhm.
that should be noted and respected.
And we've got
Yeah.
30 seconds left, so
But yeah.
what is your campaign in one sentence? Go.
Oh, what a question. I'm on the spot now. I think it has been a fantastic... It's been fun. It's been surreal, but it's been very fun.
Surreal, but fun.
And very enjoyable. I've been having a
Lovely.
great time.
Amazing. Yeah, well, thank you very much.
But yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah,
It's been great.
no worries. Thank you very much.
Activities Officer. The Activities Officer advocates for and supports societies and student media. Their role includes improving engagement with activity outside of lectures and championing student group interests on campus.
And I'm joined by Caitlin Beatty-Zarb, who is running for the role of Activities Officer. Caitlin, you are rerunning for this role, having held it for the last year. What has made you decide to rerun?
What has made me decide to rerun? I mean, the main thing is, I guess I've just had a lot of fun. It's a really interesting job, and it's a job you're never ever going to have the chance to do again in your life. Like, you're at one side working with societies, which is what I've loved doing my entire time of university, and working with student media. But on the other side, you're the trustee of an organization, and you're getting to pick who the next CEO of that multi-million organization is. So, yeah, like, when are you ever going to do that again? Plus, I get paid to go to societies, which is just like crazy cool. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, you say that if you were re-elected, you would secure a long-term home for societies on campus. What would this look like in practice?
So this is one of the more feasible parts of my manifesto, I think. We've already had a lot of conversations with the university about finding a solution to the lack of a student centre. I guess everyone was incredibly depressed when they took that away about a year ago. And it's the lack of a student centre and the lack of a home for societies on campus has really led to this problematic supply and demand issue where there's too many societies. Well, not too many. There's never too many societies, but a lot of societies, and that number keeps growing. But they don't have enough rooms to practice in. They don't have enough flat floor space. They don't have enough storage. They don't have enough funds. We're getting to a nerve-wracking point where we don't want to ever have to say no to a new society forming. But if the university doesn't actually give us the resources to handle the demand, we're going to be out of luck. So yeah, we're talking to the university about using one of the empty rooms that are empty buildings that have just been mothballed by the university in an effort to save funds. And yeah, it would have more than enough storage, a ton of rooms that are run by the union, so you're not having to fight with lectures to get into that space. And we hope would be a much better, more communal environment.
Thank you. So also falling under your manifesto section on breaking down bureaucracy for societies is your commitment to re-examining the York Code of Conduct and society behavioural guidelines to verify that these are fit for purpose. Do you have particular guidelines or parts of the Code of Conduct in mind here?
Oh, nothing particular in mind. I think what these policies need is like a holistic re-examining, and you can't do that with one ambition in mind, because that code of conduct needs to be fit for at least 10,000 members, but ideally 24,000 students on campus, because you never know which student is going to pop up in a society. So no, I definitely don't think I'm going into that review with any particular aims and ambitions, because that would be unfair to the general population of students. But we're already looking at it right now, literally, and I want to make sure that whole review happens.
Okay, so you also promised to fight for students to have the right to access food and campus on weekends and late nights. This seems to be quite a prominent issue this election cycle, and I'm just wondering how you would plan on making a successful case to the university.
I mean, mainly this is the university loves to talk about how cool their societies are. They use them in media, in the ads they send out to prospective students. But ultimately, right now, societies don't feel like they can use campus. They don't feel like they've got that space free for them. A lot of students have complained that their events aren't really being run as well as they used to be, and they don't have food, and when they have external people coming on to these events, the offering is really, really scarce and looks awful. So yeah, the university really seems to care about societies, and they like that societies exist. So the aim is that, okay, well, if societies are going to keep existing, they need food and spaces to exist in.
Thank you. So very quickly, you've made funding kind of a big issue on your manifesto. You want to improve funding options for international students. Where's the money for that going to come from?
Ultimately, the university is in an impossible financial situation, and they've talked about that a lot. What's needed is a look at what the funding currently is and making sure that funding stays in place for many years to come. It's about diversifying our income options as well and talking to alumni.
I'm very sorry to interrupt,
That's
but
okay.
thank you for your time. We're going to move on to our next interview for activities officer. Thank you.
That was 2 of our 3 activities officer candidate interviews tonight. Unfortunately, we could not locate Maggie in time for her interview. So instead, we're going to talk a little bit about the interviews so far and some of the key points from this year's elections. And first, Ruben, you had a fantastic point during the break about the importance of endorsements. Do you want to talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so it's really interesting to sort of see this year that a lot of candidates have decided to endorse each other. They've sort of made their own little slates, I guess, to sort of, I suppose the best publicity is sort of getting as many different accounts going as you can, trying to widespread that sort of message. And then also society endorsements. Obviously, we haven't had Joe Venable's interview yet. I don't know if he is doing one tonight, but either way, he's got BANSOC, the chairs of Labour Society, and one more that does, I think, Jazz Society as well. So it's going to be a big question of how much can those sort of big endorsements do for somebody. And then it's also interesting to see, I know quite a few of the Labour candidates are endorsing each other. I know that Sam and Joe are endorsing each other. So it's interesting to see sort of the effects of that. And if, you get in, but your mate who you endorse doesn't, how are they going to work together? If you've endorsed someone else, are they still going to be a cohesive student union? So I think it's really interesting to see who's endorsing who and the sort of policies that they're working on together. Last little point, I think Isaac and Sam, Isaac and Joe are really drilling on about food, because Isaac being academic, talking about we need good food on campus to eat and learn. Food is fuel at the end of the day. And also Sam talking about, Joe talking specifically about venues, how we need better food on campus. So I think that's a really interesting point that they've sort of teamed up on.
What do we think the value of endorsements is this year? Do you think it's more valuable this year with some sort of some alliances being made?
I mean, perhaps you've got to do what you've got to do to try and win. But I think what I believe people should focus on is actually the manifesto points that people have made themselves, and not worry too much on these sort of alliances, like you mentioned, Joe, that people have made. I think it distracts from what people are actually trying to get at. I do think that the ideas that these individuals have come up with are entirely their own, and so people, choosing people to endorse has a massive influence on sort of voting patterns, I imagine. I actually just want to move on straight on to James Taylor.
Of course.
He mentioned in his manifesto, I think it's on the Vision website, that it's like doing more crossover taster events. As he says, an issue I encountered once I joined URY was that I never felt much interest in joining another society. I kind of disagree. I think this year, many societies, especially in student media, have actually tried to sort of incorporate other societies together. I think we did like several joint media socials. I think it's quite hard to get people to, once they've joined a society, to move elsewhere, but I think it's an exciting thing if you can implement it well.
Yeah. Do you guys agree? Do you think that there's a real value in crossover events and sort of combined societies merging and meeting each other?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is in a way a crossover event.
It kind of is.
And
Yeah.
we don't want to undermine ourselves.
That's so true.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think it's always a good way to kind of meet other people, and you can find things that kind of link to each other and things that you have in common. So I think it's a really great way to do it for mixing societies and things like that.
Fantastic. Any more thoughts on the interviews so far? Obviously, we've got another activities officer candidate interview. We've got Corey Anderson coming up after this, so we'll talk more in depth afterwards. But any more thoughts before we go into that candidate interview on the manifesto so far? I mean, a lot of it's about storage. Do we think we need more storage? I know it's very quick, so we'll delve more in after this.
I think perhaps we do need more storage, but there's also a question of where it's going to come from and who's going to pay for it, because I think a lot of the storage facilities are already quite full at the moment. And I don't know whether people give the specifics of where they're going to find the storage.
Yeah. Do we think it's feasible?
I think so, but maybe it's a bit more like creative ways to find storage, because I think I look around campus when I'm walking about. I do see a lot of buildings that are no longer in use. I know that there are some that are like asbestos ridden, so maybe not the best to store anything in.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of buildings that I do see quite vacant. I mean, sort of in the just outside of Nisa on like West, there's a building to the left, like, and I don't know if you've ever seen it, but it always seems quite empty.
Yeah. Well, we will get more into that after our next interview. So thank you very much for joining us here in the green room. We've got one more activities officer candidate left, but then you'll be back with us for more analysis and investigation.
Activities Officer. The Activities Officer advocates for and supports societies and student media. Their role includes improving engagement with activity outside of lectures and championing student group interests on campus.
Hello, this is Audrey, and I am interviewing Corey Anderson for the role of Activities Officer. So, how are you feeling today, Corey?
I'm feeling great.
Brilliant.
Audrey, nice to be here.
Nice to meet you too. So, you have been deeply involved in societies during your time at York. How has your time in your roles shaped your understanding of the society challenges that get faced?
I think it's shaped it a lot, because I've been actively on the front lines, as it were, facing these challenges, fighting for these challenges. I've been, in media committee, talking to the student union, talking to everyone, and just being like, these are issues we're having. These need fixed. So I've been on that side of it. So in this role, I want to be on the other side going, I know these issues. I can help you get your voices heard where they need to be.
You mentioned the importance of societies being consulted on decisions that affect them. So how would you ensure that their concerns aren't overlooked by the university or the SU?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of what I've said. I think it's a lot of just hearing them and going, okay, you have these concerns. Let's say something's happening. Let's say a society's being kicked out of its space and it needs a new space. And just hearing, okay, give me what you need in that space. Because I think a lot of the times, especially something like space, the university will go to the SU, and then sometimes the SU will have communication with the university, and not a lot of that will get back to the society that's actually needs to be the one talked to. So I think it's a lot of making sure they're even just invited to the meetings, and just making sure there is someone from that society in the room who can speak for themselves and can fight for that.
Absolutely. So in your manifesto, you mentioned about fairness of funding.
Yes.
So can you provide a specific example maybe where you helped a society to navigate funding issues, or what did you learn from those kinds of experiences?
Sure. I mean, I think a lot of my time, so currently I'm treasurer of YSTV, so a lot of that is making sure people get funding for the projects they want to pursue, making sure they get enough funding for what they want to do. A lot of what I wanted to say with fairness in funding was changes to how we handle grant procedure. So I've been on media committee since the start of this year. And before that, I've been a signatory on media societies for a long time. So a lot of my, I keep hitting this mic, I'm sorry. A lot of my experience with funding comes from a media perspective. But I want to look at how we can reassess how societies can not necessarily say, oh, I'm going to get more grant, because that's going to be, oh, where's the money coming from? And obviously that's something to look into. I would love to, but I don't know. It's making sure what funding we have is distributed fairly. So a lot of societies, like YSTV again, where I come to as their treasurer, is we have a lot of overhead costs that we might not necessarily know about ahead of time. Things will break, and there's no system in place for us to say, we need, say, £1,000 just in case something breaks. When you apply for a grant, at least media grant, you apply for I'm going to buy this thing for this price and I would like this, and then that gets divvied up. You can't say we need money in the bank in case something breaks. I think looking at contingencies and stuff like that is a way to make sure societies get fair funding.
And what would you say is maybe your proudest achievement at York so far?
Oh, that's a hard one. That is a really hard one.
That is a hard one, yeah.
I'm going to have to go with, I think, Rosa's 2024. So
Okay.
I led the media coverage, not the media coverage, specifically the radio coverage, specifically for Rosa's 2024. I was heavily involved with the TV side too. I think that was one of the main displays where I just sort of sat there and we saw, there was all these streams happening all the time, all these amazing things happening that was almost industry-like level, and just looking at it and sitting and going, we are all students doing this amazing thing with no industry contacts, and just we're all getting together and doing something amazing. I think that spark is what I really want to push as activities officer, and that's something that really inspires me.
Absolutely. And my final question, what is a sentence that sums up your campaign?
Oh, that is hard, 'cause I can say the thing that's on my poster, which is fighting for fairness in activities, but I think it's just, how about, let's have fun.
Let's have fun.
We'll go with that, because that's what activities is about, isn't it?
I mean, that definitely works, yeah. So that is kind of all the time we have for. That is all the time we have. Now we're going to go back to Green Room.
Audrey Lawler there with York Vision, speaking to Corey Anderson there, and that is all of our activities officers. Now, we had a little bit of a chat about the activities officers so far. As student media, of course, we can all talk for years and years about the activities officers, but what do we think of this year's policies? Have we got any thoughts?
Corey's fairness in funding policy definitely leans toward their involvement in YSTV and TechSoc, which could be less enticing for those not in student media, although it sounds good to us who are involved. But that's something to consider, that lots of people, and like 200 societies are not student media, so it's not the majority.
Yeah. Any more thoughts from any of the societies?
I think it was nice to see more of an impact on kind of the longer term repercussions. I know quite a few of them focus on, okay, how are we going to improve societies in the long term and things like that, which is quite nice, talking about how to kind of keep societies going over the break and over the transition period, and just making sure, especially now, just as everyone's kind of doing re-ratification, always good to kind of think about how the societies are going to keep going in the long term, which is quite nice and refreshing to see.
Our favourite time of the year, re-wrap time.
Yeah, just to speak on Ellen's point about Corey potentially being too student media in a way and not sort of catering to other societies, I do think as student media, and I hope we can all agree that we sort of interact with the most other societies when anything else always happens. I know I'm always interacting with political societies. We're always covering, I know it's not sport, but any sort of activity societies that are going on. So I do think as a student media representative, you are dealing with so many other societies that aren't student media, and therefore I do think it's so beneficial that Corey might have this background.
I mean, of course, if we look, we've got Corey, student media, James, student media, Caitlin, student media. Are we seeing a trend? Why do we think us lot go for these roles so much?
I think it's just being active within the university with sort of, I don't know really what student media is like. Yeah, YSTV, URY, print media. It is quite active, so it's quite easy, I think, to then fall into a sabbatical role because you're overseeing very similar things. I mean, activities officer specifically is very sort of, you have meetings with all of ourselves here, meetings with other societies, creative societies, specific things. I think, Ellen's point that there is a trend, a lot of student media going for activities officers here. But yeah, there are a lot of societies, and I think maybe YSTV and URY interact with other societies a lot more. As far as print goes, I think it's not the right sort of interaction. I think if we're interacting with societies, we're probably digging for information, for an article, for a scoop. It's probably not the kind of interaction that builds sort of connections. So yeah, I agree with both what Ruben and Ellen are saying. But I do think, it's leaning towards student media, understandably, but it would be nice to see how things can be incorporated to, a ridiculous amount of societies on campus.
I mean, do we think with that trend, it's refreshing to see people like Ellie, people like Maggie, who aren't in student media, you know, who aren't the usual candidate for activities officer?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't think we can take away any credit from a candidate like Ellie. I mean, I think she mentioned, they mentioned something like 27
Mm-hmm.
which is obviously a crazy amount.
It's an impressive number, yeah.
You know, we can't sort of take away just because they're not necessarily a student media background doesn't mean that they have lesser knowledge on any activities or societies that go on campus.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, of course, the activities officer impacts us a lot, but what do you think is the biggest impact of the activities officer?
Well, we have media committee every 3 weeks, and activities officer chairs the media committee, so
And
has
societies committee in the same weeks.
yes, so has a lot of say in what we do, negotiating things, any problems we have, all goes to activities officer. So it does determine how our society functions, and it is a very important role to us as student leaders.
I'd also like to mention it's only just moved to once every 3 weeks. It was actually once a week, so it was much more intense in semester one. So yeah, they have the activities office has a massive bearing on what we do.
Yeah. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I do think because obviously we see the side of them that's involved with student media, so we do get a lot. So then we're talking about student media committee. It might be. I mean, I've never been to a societies committee meeting, but it might be that they turn up and no one ever knows what's going on. So it might be that it's yeah.
I think societies committee is equally as rigorous from being in media committee. But yes, I now want to move on a little bit. But before we move on, does anyone have any more thoughts on the policies that have been spoken about? We touched on storage. Does anyone want to speak a little bit more about storage? Okay. Eddie? Okay, we'll move on to what do you think is so important about joining a society when you come to university? Because I mean, for me personally, it was pretty much what's shaped my 3 years at York, joining societies, whatever that may be. I joined the DJ Society when I was in first year, loved it. I didn't continue, sorry breaks. But what do you think is important about joining a society?
I think it can be really important for socializing and also for sort of ideas of loneliness. I think there were in some of the community things there were mentions of loneliness, and I think people who, especially there are people who are having difficulties in sort of that with their housemates or something. I know some people who have struggled with that, and so if you're not finding friends in your housemates or in your course, it's a really great place.
I mean, Josh, you were talking about that earlier about finding most of your friends through societies that you joined.
Yeah, that's right. I think when you sort of come to university, majority of people are sort of 17, 18-ish. It's much more daunting to like push yourself out of your comfort zone and make friends. I think, you make friends in high school and stuff, they're functional relationships. You're young, you just kind of, you go ahead and make friends. At university, I think it's much more challenging. And, societies push you a little bit more to, rather than meeting friends in your flat kitchen in first year, actually you go along to these things, you get involved, you find something you've got a shared interest in. So I think it definitely is helpful. I was originally in the Norman Ray Gallery, and that's opened all the doors to everything. That's why I'm sat here right now. So it's definitely, I'm an advocate for it.
Yeah. Ellen?
I think societies are so good for scheduled hangouts. So like, where you may
Organised fun.
Yeah, you may not meet people that often, but with a social, you're meeting every week. So you can disguise it in the fact that you're being punctual to your society, but really you want to hang out with these people.
I think structure's a really important part of uni
Yeah.
though, because you lose that structure from what you might have had at A level.
Exactly, yeah. Like we do a weekly coffee, and I actually look forward to it because it's like I'm going to get coffee with my friends this week, every week.
Yeah.
And that's great.
Now
So,
we've had a very positive bit, and now we're going to move straight on to what do you think the biggest challenge facing the next activities officer is? Because activities is a huge part of sort of being at York. It's, our university, I think, prides itself on having, almost 250 active societies, student media, sports clubs not included. What do you think is the biggest challenge they might face in the next year?
I think it's 100% money. I think it's so, it's the main word really. That every single manifesto feels like it's mentioning it. There's so many great societies, but so much costs money. And I think there needs to be ways that the activities officer can find creative ways of financing societies. You mentioned before, like using, storage. We don't need to throw up loads of buildings all of a sudden. There is storage available. It's just finding that storage, working out ways of timetabling it so that people can actually have access to it. So I think that is the biggest challenge. It's definitely funding. Societies are very fun, but in some cases, especially in TV society, it can be very expensive. Not for us as students, but cameras, equipment. I'm sure URY can certainly agree.
Oh yes, Josh.
I think an interesting thing is, Ruben's right. Money is a big buzzword with societies, finding them, funding, the finances. It's all, it's all the Fs. But I think, and this is what like Hard Magazine does, is actually turns a profit and sells the magazines. And obviously that's only really sort of applicable to print media. But what I mean by that is, well, is there ways that societies can actually sell things, make money, and actually sort of, push it back in and sort of circle it around?
Mm-hmm. Any more thoughts?
I mean, I think some of the print media societies would push back on trying to make money on, because I think there's some ideas that it's sort of a net benefit that's being caused, and I think justifying their print courses would be difficult because, well, it wouldn't be difficult to justify them, but it would be difficult to make them back.
Would you agree there, Charlotte?
Yeah, I think definitely. But I also think a main part of the job is about fairness, and just because there are obviously so many societies at York, a big problem that they'd have to face is treating them all equally and just making sure that, everyone, all the societies get their say and feel represented at the university.
Ellen, quickly, have you got anything? Or do you just agree?
I disagree.
Thank you very much, guys. A really, really fascinating conversation, and one that we could all talk for the rest of the evening about. But instead, we have got the Union Development Officer interviews coming, and you can watch on Catch Up as well on YouTube, as well as live on URY.
Union Development Officer. The Union Development Officer leads on events and activities in on-campus venues, guides the union's sustainable practices, fundraising and volunteering, and aims to enhance the vibrancy of the student community. They are also responsible for student nights out. Key responsibilities include developing fundraising opportunities, collaborating with the York SU events team, and improving sustainability within the union.
Hi, I'm Tasha and I'm here with Anna Lindberg for the role of Union Development Officer. Please can you introduce yourself and briefly explain why you want to be the Union Development Officer next year?
Of course I can. Hi, I'm Anna. The main reason I want to be Union Development Officer is because I think there's been a real lack of communication and a lack of trust in the SU between students and SU members of staff, and I really want to repair that, and I want student voices to actually be acted upon when they say what's wrong, for that to actually be implemented. And I also have a big commitment to sustainability and volunteering because of my history in it, and I know that forms majority of the role, so that's why.
Lovely. Now, in your manifesto, you mentioned feeling not represented by the student union.
Mm-hmm.
What does this mean for you?
So for me in particular, because I've been an academic rep, I've been in the History Society, like as a committee member, and I've run volunteering projects. For me, it means when you're actually in the room with sabbatical officers and they ask you what you're struggling with and you tell them and they write it in a Google Doc and then they close the laptop and they walk away. And I don't think they necessarily mean to do that, but I just don't think there's systems in place where they actually are able to act upon student voices. And I want students, when they feel a concern, to actually be able to tell the SABs, they review that and they actually action it. And especially with things like nightlife at the moment, I'm sure we're all aware, when students don't feel comfortable to tell the student union, but they do feel comfortable to tell like a social media account, I think that really shows a breakdown of communication. And I think that the SABs should do more to advocate for student voices and to actually reach out and get the experiences from students.
Brilliant. And what have you said in your manifesto as the thing you want to improve this communication?
Yeah, so the main thing that I want to do is implement a system. This is kind of across every aspect of what I want to do, so in events, in sustainability and volunteering. The idea of it is basically the issue being that we just have no idea where to report instances. So what I would like is kind of an informal system, kind of like a Google form, but maybe something a bit more high-tech level than that, with like QR codes everywhere, plastered on campus, on student plasma screens, in college newsletters everywhere, so students can scan it, because I think another issue is, as nice as it is for SABs to go to student venues, we have to work, we have like jobs that we need to do to pay rent, we have uni, we have so many things, we can't necessarily afford the time, we're very time starved, we can't go and meet people in person. So to have an online system, and then you can choose whether you want to be anonymous or if you want to put your name and have a further discussion with SABs, so that they can actually say events, my experience at this club was terrible or volunteering, I want to see this implemented, and then have that reviewed bi-weekly by SABS and put out on the SU page so that you can actually see the actions being taken and how your voice is being listened to and acted upon.
Brilliant. Now, something else that you've said in your manifesto is to do with the cost of living. Specifically, you would like to introduce pound a pint nights in the student union and also create more student nights on campus. How is pound a pint nights feasible, given that most of the student bars on campus are already struggling?
Yeah, I know that they say that I think it's either 5p or 7p, I can't remember, profit made on pints at pound a pint nights. I would look to communicate with York St John because they do pound a pint nights, and I think that the thing is, if you got enough people in the student bars, you would be making enough profit so that you could begin buying in mass and doing that. But also, I was having a little look at the finance system to what I could access. Obviously, I'm not a sub, so I don't have full access to the finances, but there are some things we can do to be more energy efficient to save money that way. There are costs that can be cut at the student union, not staff wages, obviously, or anything like that, but there definitely are cuts that can be done to implement something. If not pound a pint, definitely a reduction in costs to drinks to bring more students in as well.
All right. How else could you help with the cost of living for students aside from nightlife and student bars?
So my other big thing that I want to implement for sustainability, I have said it so many times, but they say that if food waste was a country, it would be the third highest producer of carbon emissions behind like China and the US, which is crazy. For that in particular, I already have started with All Should Eat, my volunteering group, to implement food waste programs for students. So many students, after I read a student manifesto on it, and it said that after rent and bills, students have 50p a day to live off of, which is just ridiculous, and it's only going to get worse, and we're only going to get less funding. So to have the waste products from NISA, Alcon Kitchen have already started working with us, the library, all the food venues. Amalgamate, is that the word I'm looking for? Accumulate all this food waste, and I think that we can do more with the Shop, Save and Sustain programme to ensure that students are able to access this food and get cheaper meals to help with cost of living crisis, but also work with sustainability to reduce the amount of food waste that the university is producing.
That sounds really good. Now, with the Shop, Save and Sustain programme, could you briefly explain what that is and how, in your manifesto, you said you wanted to implement a loyalty card scheme? How would this work in practice?
Yeah, so the Shop, Save and Sustain scheme is something that I found while researching for my manifesto, but it's something that's been at the university for years and just no one's really known about it, which is evidence that it needs working upon. But basically, in the last 15 minutes at SU venues, you can get massive reductions on the food there to try reduce the amount of waste that they're producing. So the things that I'd want to implement is I'd want to make it a longer time period, like half an hour, 45 minutes before, so students actually have time to get to venues, kind of like a too good to go kind of system. The other thing I want to do is the library app have a little notification that says Alcon Kitchen is closing and you can go and get discounts on the food there. The same way, I wrote my manifesto and then they just opened the new SU loyalty card on the app, but it would be a very similar thing to that. It just proves that it is something that can realistically be done. It would be a similar thing where if you do the food scheme, you go to Shop, Save and Sustain, you can get a little tally on there, and then after so many things you can get a free item of food that would be going to waste or something similar to that.
Lovely. Now, with the food waste programs, you said that you would like to expand the ones that we have at the university with additional funding.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of food waste distribution programs has the university already got, and how would you expand those?
So the Shop, Save and Sustain program is the universities, and then for society-wise, All Should Eat, I'm pointing at myself here. All Should Eat, we've started one called Get That Bread, which we work with supermarkets, Waitrose and M&S to get bread and pastries out to students for free, and Enactus have started a pantry parcel packages program. So they have little bags with meals that can feed a family of 4 and a little ingredient card. So the things that I would really like to do is expand those by getting them collaborations with the SU food venues, because in the past they have been able to work with NISA and stuff like that, but then that a different society had to close down. I want to reopen the collaborations that we have with other food venues, because I think by taking those waste products we can give that to pantry parcels to make more meals, and we can give that to All Should Eat to distribute more to students.
Lovely. Now, a big part of your manifesto is about volunteering. You would like to make volunteering more accessible, rewarding, and fun for the student community. But how would you encourage more volunteering and also make this more accessible so that students from all backgrounds can benefit, such as international and neurodivergent students?
Yeah, definitely. So I think that the massive issue with volunteering is that students just don't know about it. So I want to do a lot more to promote it on campus, because there are so many different types of volunteering, some more accessible than others, and there is definitely something for every student. I know that, like, for myself, when I do an All Should Eat event, I always try to make it on a ground floor level because of accessibility issues with the lift always being broken, having them in rooms where you can get wheelchairs through. And also volunteering projects do a wonderful job of having it's very rare that they do a drinking event, but they do a very good job at kind of talking to their students about what they want to see, and they do duck feeding. They do things that if you are a neurodivergent student, you want something that's less sensory, you can do that. And I think engagement as well, it's really important to incentivise volunteering programmes. So SU benefits like socially, but also formal, like recognitions on here and things like that, would really incentivise students, and have volunteers that dedicate so much time to actually give something back to them would be really wonderful.
Now, finally, what is one thing you would like voters to remember about your manifesto before we finish up?
I think the thing I'd like them to remember is that I have a lot of experience at the university in different committees, in volunteering. I have a track record of standing up for student voices. I've written news articles. I've run events for supporting different charity organisations. I've stood and given food out to students. I'm so passionate about the student voice and the student experience here. And yeah, I really think that I would be able to make a difference in how achievable everything I've said is, and I know that I would really fight for the student voice. So yeah.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Anna, for running for Union Development Officer. Next up, we will have the next interview for Union Development, which is Jen Andrews with Elizabeth Slater.
Union Development Officer. The Union Development Officer leads on events and activities in on-campus venues, guides the union's sustainable practices, fundraising and volunteering, and aims to enhance the vibrancy of the student community. They are also responsible for student nights out. Key responsibilities include developing fundraising opportunities, collaborating with the York SU events team, and improving sustainability within the union.
Hello everyone, I'm Liz Slater. I'm here with Jen Andrews, incumbent Union Development Officer. Say hi, Jen.
Hiya.
So first of all, my first question for you, why are you rerunning?
I think there's just a lot of stuff that I still want to do. We spoke about this a lot as SABs, and I feel like you spend quite a bit of your first year like learning what's what. Some things are like insanely complicated, and I feel like now I know what I want to do with like what I've learned, so it'll be a shame if I couldn't use it. And also, it's such a cool job. Like, I'll never do this again. I'm not going to be an MP, so I'll never run an election again. So,
no, that's completely valid. So speaking of things that you do want to do, one of the key things in your manifesto is you want to reform the latte levy. But it doesn't really mention any actionable steps. So what do you plan to do to reform it specifically?
Yeah, so do you mind if I explain a little bit about it?
Go
Because I feel like this is one of the complicated things. Essentially, if you buy a coffee or a hot drink in a venue and you don't have a reusable cup, you'll be charged 35p extra as a levy to like try and persuade you to use a reusable cup. This money should then go, or does go, into a pot called the latte levy, which should be then spent on sustainable projects. But the uni isn't sharing the accounts with us, so we've asked them multiple times. We want like a proper process by which these funds are allocated. So I've started conversations about these, and I ended up thinking part of the way I could use my campaign, my elections campaign to campaign for like change in the role is to bring light to this issue. So that's kind of one of the steps that I hope to be able to achieve them, to publish the accounts, basically, to put a bit of pressure on and make sure that they're aware that students care.
And then do you have a plan with what happens to that money once you find out where it is?
Yeah, so first of all, hopefully it's all been accounted for and spent in the right place. We think that they don't really have a clear plan of
how to like spend the money at the end of the year. So we don't know what's happening with this money at the end of the year, whether it rolls over or whether it gets absorbed by the university and into their general costs, which obviously shouldn't be the case. So we sort out whether that's been happening or whether it hasn't been happening, and then ensure that they publish the accounts every year and that there's a proper panel to award that money, like most other funds have an awarding panel where you submit a bid to, so that process is formalised and transparent, because at the moment it isn't.
Perfect, thank you. And then also a point that you bring up is a loyalty point system within Yorkshire venues, but it looks like this already exists, presumably under you as the previous sabbatical officer. Are you planning on developing it more? What's happening with that?
I mean, there isn't one. You correct me, but well, there's one in like uni venues, so like the library cafe, or basically any university venue that you go into. It will be on the UOY app, and there's like the card, but those don't work in SU venues.
Oh, okay.
So SU venues are separate, and basically it's the best. Why do they have them in uni venues and not in SU venues?
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. You've also recently secured £10,000 to go towards volunteering. That's pretty big. But the question I wanted to ask is why volunteering specifically, and why isn't that money going towards other things like accommodation, for example?
I mean, part of it is that it's part of my remit, so that's kind of what I'm fighting for that. And I think volunteering is an area which is pretty underfunded and under-recognised. So when I started uni, and even to be frankly honest with you, before I started this job, I assumed volunteering broadly referred to like you guys in student media and myself as a college president, who are all also volunteers. But volunteering projects are a specific thing, separate from societies and other student groups, where they're going into care homes and prisons and things like that, and trying to build up the community. But they're and Night Safer are another a really good like high profile group. But they're not recognised at all, really, and a lot of them are having to pay like out to go to the places to volunteer, which just isn't right. So yeah, that's kind of and also the problem is all of the funding is allocated at the beginning of the year, but we're trying to build volunteering projects up. So there's like 15 of them, which is way less than societies. But the problem is the more volunteering projects we get, there's no contingency funding to give them money to run for the first year. So they'd have to wait until the new year comes around and then they could like properly start up. So basically Best Fund is kind of wanting to help that. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. And in your sustainability segment, it talks about having a corporate and social responsibility policy. What specifically does that mean for this university?
So it's specifically union focused. And I don't know whether you've seen a lot, but the union often, especially for companies that we maybe invite to freshers or welcome fair now, or like Domino's has been a specific one picked up that we partner with, and a lot of unions partner with, as potentially not like Amazon come to our welcome fair, and all of these companies potentially don't have the best record. Maybe they don't align with the unions goals, but there's no real policy to guide who we should and shouldn't be a partner with. It's just vibes based by people, well-meaning people who work at the union, but potentially not that aware of like the specifics of the ethics of different companies. And I think it also bounces off the fact that if we're holding the uni to such account on where their money is going, and ensuring that they divest from money fueling like fossil fuels and arms and things like that, we can't then as a union be supporting companies who do the exact same thing. So I think, we can't be an effective union holding the uni to account if we're on the side doing exactly the thing that we're criticising, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay, understood. And then as well with sustainability issues, you say that you want to track all carbon emissions made by the university. How do you plan on doing that?
So this again is a union like specific thing, and it's building off two things. So in my first year, I ran on a manifesto of wanting like carbon emissions trackers, on making it public so that students can hold the union to account. And we've got that this year on commercial service menus. So like if you go into Courtyard, you'll see like the little Clamato sticker will say your pizza is a B rated product, which is pretty good for carbon emissions. And we've done a full carbon audit of commercial services, which is amazing, really good. And the only way we can't reduce what we don't know. So if we don't know what the carbon output is, we can't really do that much work to actively reduce it. But we don't have these figures for the central union activity, which means that I can't fully complete my first year manifesto if we don't have that. So it's kind of to finish that off. And it's also another bit that links onto this holding the uni to account. So the uni have these figures, but we don't. So yeah, it's kind of bringing ourselves up to parity and really having everything that we need to make the right judgments.
Okay, that makes sense. And then finally, one last question for you. Why should people vote for you?
I think they should vote for me because I'm incredibly passionate about this job. Like, I love it so much. It's a wild, crazy job. I think this is a broad role and I cover all of it in my manifesto. It's not events or sustainability or volunteering, it's and so it's really important that you have a union development officer who covers all of those. Otherwise, every year something gets forgotten. I'm also incredibly passionate about like championing student voices, and I've done that a lot in my sustainability work. For instance, the Environment and Social Responsibility Forum, and I'd really love the year to like build that up and really establish it. There's a lot of things that I've been able to start but haven't been fully established yet, so I'd love a second year to be able to do that.
That makes sense. And do you think you're going to be able to make an actual difference?
Yeah, I really do. And I think the second year is often where SABs can put into action everything that they've learnt on the first year and all those like little nitty gritty bits that you would never know as a student and you learn as a SAB. And I've already achieved a lot and I really just want to build on it. So I do think a second year would allow me to do that.
Okay, that's good. And so just building off of that, is there anything that you would say to other people that are maybe coming into a SAB role for the first time that you're going to get the opportunity to potentially work with?
Yeah, I would say embrace it at all its like wild opportunity. You get to speak to so many people. That's what I've loved about this role, from all sorts of walks of life. There's friends I've made this year that I'd never have met those people before. So just embrace all of those things.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So that was Jen Andrews, the incumbent Union Development Officer. Very good luck with your campaign.
Thank you.
We've now got another debate going on for union development, I believe, with Joe Venables. Tune in, keep listening, I presume, for that. But that should be all good. Thank you very much for coming to the interview.
Union Development Officer. The Union Development Officer leads on events and activities in on-campus venues, guides the union's sustainable practices, fundraising and volunteering, and aims to enhance the vibrancy of the student community. They are also responsible for student nights out. Key responsibilities include developing fundraising opportunities, collaborating with the York SU events team, and improving sustainability within the union.
Hi, I'm Alice with URY, and I am joined live in the studio with Joe Venables, who is running for Union Development Officer.
Hello.
How are you, Joe?
I'm great, thank you. It's really nice to be here.
Nice to have you here. So we're going to start off with your manifesto.
Yeah.
So you mentioned having worked multiple jobs in multiple venues for the student union.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on the various roles you've held and explain how the skills and experience you've gained from these positions will prepare you for Union Development Officer?
Yeah, so this year I've been working in the courtyard, in both the bar and the kitchen. So I've really been seeing the inner workings of commercial services and all the pitfalls of it. And I also I work as an events host in V-Bar for the open mic night with my amazing campaign manager Lauren, who is we've managed the V-Fest events, which people really liked, and seeing what the union is capable of when it has that extra bit of funding, that extra bit of help from right at the top, because the managers obviously want their venues to be as good as possible, so they're constantly trying to make it good, but there's a real problem with the lack of willing to fund events, and that's what I've been seeing this year. That's something I'd really like to change.
Yeah. You say your first pledge is to make the bar safe for students.
Absolutely.
And you also said you'll make sure the staff get proper training to keep people safe. Obviously,
Yes.
as a member of staff, how would you change the training from online training
we need real in-person training. We need to go through real scenarios of things that actually happen. You know, safeguarding should be a number one priority in, you know, most things, and a students' union venue especially. And yeah, there's just not kind of the knowledge there of what should be done in various situations, which is really dangerous.
Yeah, of course. And you also say that you will ensure that all of the on-campus bars provide free, reusable, anti-spiking. So I did have a look on the website, and they say they already do
They
that.
do, and I did notice them today. However, I've not been seeing them all year. You know, like I'm in the bars constantly. I work there. I go there to enjoy it. But it's something that really needs to be pushed. But also, those are single use. And that is, again, a part of the big waste problem that unions have. There's so much single-use stuff just goes in, general waste, gets sent straight to landfill. And I think having something reusable, not only so it's better for the environment, but also you could take it into town with you. You know, I feel like at the moment, students are kind of quite scared of what's going on in town. I think there's a real lack of care from the union as to what's happening. But I think equipping students with, you know, things like that so they can go into town and just feel that bit safer would be huge.
And you spoke of the waste issue.
Yeah.
In your manifesto, you talk about how you want to get rid of the pizzas and the waste that comes with them.
No, it's the way the pizzas are presented comes on this unrecyclable waxed paper. It just goes into general rubbish. And, you know, you think about just day after day, it's getting done again and again. You end up with just mountains that just, it's going into landfill. And that's not, we can't pretend to be a sustainable university or sustainable union if that's the kind of carelessness for the environment that we're taking.
And what would you propose to do to change that?
Well, you know, things already come on plates. They already come on trays. Those plates and trays, they get washed. They obviously have to. There's no reason that it can't just be kept simple. Just forget about showing off the branding. That's not a thing that really matters to students. But what does matter is being able to have good, cheap food and knowing that, you know, it's not harming the planet.
And in the same vein of sustainability, you talk of funding and where the funding's coming from, specifically like Nestle.
Well, this is, it's money that we, the university, is investing in these companies. Just, you know, again, corporate ties have been a big topic of this election, and it's just more examples of that. The university is just, and the thing is, it's not like there's other investments the university could be making, which would produce money, would be much greener,
You
cleaner.
did mention finding greener alternatives. Have you got any that you can name, or would that be something that comes about when you become...
Yeah, it's something that needs to be discussed with the university, but what we need is, you know, a sabbatical officer who will confront not just the university, but also the union about what needs to be changed.
And high prices is another point.
It is, absolutely.
Which runs throughout your manifesto.
Yeah.
So you talk of the lounge and the £6.50 pool games.
I mean, there's a reason most people haven't heard of the lounge, don't know what it is, because it's not, you know, there's, within the union, there's this lack of willing to invest in things. And if you're not investing, you're not making a profit. We end up with this doom loop where we're asking high prices for students. It decreases how much students are spending because they don't want to spend that much. You know, the Charles is only down the road and that's cheaper. There are places to go for a cheaper night out. And the purpose of the students' union to provide that cheap, easy night out is just being eroded under this attitude.
Yeah, you say, and I quote, "I will fight to drive down the prices of these games as low as I possibly can, right down to being free."
Absolutely.
How do you propose you would point that out to the union? What do you think you could do which would convince them to drive down those prices?
The thing is, you have to aim high, and that's not really something that seems to be happening at
Yeah.
the moment. There's a lot of complicity, and we need to fight for the absolute best we can get. And
Mhm.
you know, whether it will go down to zero, I can't say, but we need to try. And there's you know, with all prices, when it comes to lowering them, keeping money in students' pockets, yeah, someone needs to fight that fight.
Yeah, of course. And as well as bringing down prices, you also want to put some more money in, and you want to fund events specifically at the Vanbrugh Arms.
Absolutely. So I think what we've seen with VFest, hosting it and seeing it kind of flourish, there's this huge demand for seeing bands on campus.
Yes.
And, you know, you put a bit of, I mean, that was just extra staffing cost. There's no investment into equipment. So the equipment, I think people remember at VFest 2 when Bin Bag were doing an amazing set, but the microphone kept cutting out, and it hurts the experience for everyone. But if we can provide really good events, people will spend money there because they want to.
I know
you
you've personally campaigned for some money for some of these events
Yep.
before. How did that turn out?
Students want it. Obviously, students want better events. Staff, that's, you know, me and Lauren as hosts, and also staff behind the bar, and that includes managers. They all want to see the venues flourish. But
So how would you propose they get the extra money?
it needs to be a change of attitude, and that is not going to happen without someone just constantly making the argument, making commercial services listen, because any kind of investment, it just hits a brick wall and it stops there.
Of course. And to end on a final note,
Yep.
how would you summarise your entire manifesto
I think it all...
in one sentence or
Sorry,
one couple
jumped
of
the gun.
sentences?
I think what it all comes down to is we're spending so much, and you know, not just with prices in venues, but also tuition fees. We're spending a lot, and what do we have to show for it? Not much. So my sentence would be, go with Joe and get what you pay for.
Of course. Thank you so much for speaking to me.
Thanks for having
Joe.
me. It's been great.
I think next we're going to head to the green room.
Okay.
But this was really nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. That was Joe Venables talking to URY, and that was all of our Union Development Officer candidates for the 25-26 academic year. Panel, your thoughts on the interviews?
Starting with Joe, he has described the menus in the York Zoo venues as frankly terrible. And
Would we agree with that?
See, I would say that I was going to come out here and bat for weirdo. I think it's quite good. I quite like it. It's described here. They described it as bloated with zany pizzas. The menu, but I think that's harsh on the pizzas. Oh, they're a little bit zany, but I don't mind a bit of zaniness.
I think the venue menus have kind of I think they've gone slightly downhill in the fact that they're more restricted now, perhaps. It was interesting watching their discussion on sort of the YSTV sort of equivalent of candidate interview night, the discussion about the menus and sort of the vegetarian options and et cetera, et cetera. I do think there are quite a few sort of vegetarian based options, but I do agree that the menu is quite, well, it's just pizzas. Whereas this is Courtyard specifically, I don't think, does V-Bar do food?
I think it does.
You can order the pizzas in Viva.
And they put the weirdo jacket on, and they look like an Uber delivery driver.
Have you got more thoughts on your point?
They don't have meat substitutes, as in like, say, vegetarian pepperoni or anything like that. They just do vegetables, or they don't even do a plain pizza. So you have to have like random stuff on top of your pizza. You don't have a choice.
Is the basic B not?
I think the basic B is the plain. Ruben, do you want to...
It has basil on it, but...
Yeah. Resident pizza expert.
Well, I'm actually going to segue away from pizzas and talk about bagels.
Okay,
it was a big talking point everyone got hung up on the barbecue jackfruit bagel. I think that quite a lot of people said they like it. Quite a lot of people said they don't like it. I think one point that Joe made was that he noticed every single time he was in the cafe that sells it, I think it's Alcuin Cafe.
It's the kitchen at Alcuin,
Yeah. That they were always left. And obviously part of the role of union development is sustainability. And therefore food waste, is a huge problem. So no matter if people like it or they don't like it, are they making too many of them? It could be a point to sort of discuss. I do think that the smoked salmon and cream cheese bagel is rather nice though. So,
Eddie?
I would say firstly, I think the smoked salmon cream cheese bagel has slightly too much. I think it might be dill. I don't know.
I think we might be getting off
Sorry.
topic.
Yeah, but I would also say that with the jackfruit bagel, there's also the meat-free options. While there's more left, they are also better for the environment in the production stage. So there might be something there.
I'd like to keep on with bagels, but for a sensible reason. Joe mentioned this, sort of the prices of them, that they're about. I think it was either £7.60 or £7.80 for a bagel sort of meal deal.
A meal deal.
A meal deal. I think that's extortionate, and I kind of agree with Joe that is really expensive.
Do we agree with Josh? Is that too much?
I think but on campus it should be cheaper than that.
I mean, the one thing I would say
I think
is
that's half a shop.
I think the one thing is you get a lot in that. You get a brownie, you get a bagel, you get a hot drink. Because if you add those things up separately, you're probably looking at a lot more than that. I think that's the SU's thinking. Ellen?
I think they're overpriced separately too. What is it, like £3 to £4 for a small brownie slice? And I got one the other night because I was craving a little sweet treat. And the only thing is one of those brownies. I was like, £4 down. And that's what they want you to do.
One thing I found that was quite strange was in Courtyard, they have the TVs with the sort of adverts that are sort of changing around on them. But it did mention that the Courtyard bagels were £2.50 and it was like a deal, but actually £2.50 with a drink, which would then bring it to around £6-7. So it's I think they're trying to pull the bagel wool over their our eyes.
Bagel wool over maybe clearer communication then. Maybe.
I think going on about food for quite a while.
Yeah. It's a hot topic.
It's also a similar thing that Isaac made in his manifesto point. It's clearly a bit of an issue when multiple sort of SAB officer roles are discussing it. I noticed that a lot of the food on campus doesn't tend to necessarily be very healthy. It's like, for example, on a Monday, very society-heavy evening, lots of meetings. It often feels like the only choices you have to go and eat is Courtyard, chips or pizza, which is still quite expensive, or Nisa, which is often out of stock quite frequently, I think, with a lot of things. So it doesn't seem like there's many options.
Nisa's been a hot topic with Union Development Officer. I know Jen is rerunning on the campaign to have Nisa open all week. Do we think that's feasible?
I'm not sure. I don't know enough about it in terms of feasible, but I know it's something that a lot of the activities officers have talked about as well, kind of keeping it open, because obviously, especially on the weekends, a lot of societies are on campus and it's nice to have those kind of spaces available. So it would be really great if that could change. And I think it would kind of benefit a lot of students because a lot of them would use the space and kind of,
I think, in terms of ideas of like helping students find community on campus, if you can have during the weekend people who are living on campus being able to shop, I think that's very important.
Yeah. I think one of the main things, the challenges that Jen and others might face with these, there's quite a lot of sort of campaigns to keep things open on the weekend is, of course, the F word, funding. Which is the elephant in the room whenever we have these sort of conversations about SU elections. Josh?
Regarding Nisa, I'm not necessarily sure about this, but is that an external business that wouldn't require funding from the university? I mean, that would be providing whoever the conglomerate is that runs Nisa are willing to, employ staff to open it on the weekends, and it'd be interesting to see sort of profit margins. But
of course, Nisa provides valuable employment opportunities for students.
That's true. I mean, I guess this is an issue for the Union Development Officer to figure out.
Ellen?
I was going to say that as well about employees. I think that's really useful. Also, turning attention to Anna's point too is about food and introducing meat-free Mondays, which might be an easier way to incorporate meat-free alternatives rather than getting a whole new menu. She wants to employ one day, which is much more feasible.
Would we eat a meat-free Monday?
Go for it.
Yeah, I think the idea of a meat-free Monday is very sort of, I suppose it's ideal you'd be able to suddenly switch, but I think anyone who sort of works in hospitality, it's so difficult to change your menu just for one day, and then for the rest of the week just operate exactly how you were before. You know, you need to make sure you can, because ideally, you know, you get in loads of meat-free food, you sell it on the Monday, and then if you can't sell it on the Monday, you put it on Tuesday. But if you're having an item just for that Monday, it's sort of difficult to. It's a logistical nightmare to try and work out how you can have that menu on just for one day of the week.
Charlotte, have you got a thought?
Yeah, I was just thinking, I know a lot of other student unions around the country are also very much pushing for more vegetarian menus around campus. So it might be a good way to start. Of course, there are practical difficulties with doing it, but it might be a great way to kind of get people into it, and then maybe it would kind of make the more vegetarian options more popular during the week, because they'll try them on the Monday. It's actually quite nice, and then go back for it on the Friday and eat some of the bagels that don't get eaten up.
I would love to stay on the food topic, but I am going to move us slightly as we've only got a couple of minutes left in the green room here. Do we think the University of York loses out by not having a central bar like other SUs have? Because I know when students come up to us, prospective students, and go, "Where's your SU?" You kind of go, it's kind of everywhere. What do we think? Very, very quickly.
Well, they were trying to build a building. Sorry, what was it called?
The Student Centre.
The Student Centre, but we ran out of money, so they had to stop. So we could have that space soon.
But do you think that would benefit?
100%.
100%.
It would gather all the students in one place rather than being spread out everywhere. We could all be in one place. It could just be fun.
Josh, do you agree?
Yeah, I think it's decentralised. You notice, I mean, East Campus is especially alienated. Glass House is a lovely venue, but East Campus just has this sort of like a little bit too far away-ness to it.
Yeah.
Whilst the venue is lovely. I imagine if that was Glass House was where the student centre was going to be, it would make a big difference. But
absolutely. Ruben, yes.
Just to touch specifically on Jen's manifesto. Last year, obviously, she's going for her second year. She mentioned revitalizing East through creating a new campus bar. She hasn't obviously managed to do that. You know, we've still just got Glass House, but credit where it's due. I do think Glass House has sort of been rejuvenated in a way with the new Yuzu menu. So it feels a lot busier than it was. Having said that, you know, she said about opening Knitter on weekends. However, can she sort of keep up to that as she didn't last year with opening a new bar?
Interesting. Guys, very quickly, do we lose out?
I think we do. I go to Leeds sometimes for concerts, and the Leeds Student Union there is great and really just a beautiful venue, I think.
Yeah, always good to have just a centralised space for the societies to meet is really important, I think.
Yeah. And I think, me personally, I would love to have loads of campus venues, but also I see the value there. So we're now going to move into the Union Affairs Officers' interviews.
Union Development Officer. The Union Development Officer leads on events and activities in on-campus venues, guides the union
Hello, I'm James, and I'm currently joined in the studio by Jacob Bonham, who is running for the position of Union Affairs Officer. So, Jacob, a big part of your campaign is that you want to better integrate our campus with bus routes that work for students. In your own words, could you briefly explain what the issues with the current bus routes are?
Well, thank you, James, for introducing me. My big concern is about equity. The current bus system only seems to benefit Campus East students in the evening. You try and get a bus from Campus West to town, they're either too full or they just drive straight past you. I think this is completely unfair and it should not be allowed to continue. So if elected Union Affairs Officer, I would meet with First Bus to establish an evening bus route starting on West Campus going straight into town. And I'd also look to integrate Halifax College better into the bus route network, because right now there is no existing bus routes.
So I think that's very interesting what you said about Halifax College, because a lot of students do feel that Halifax isn't served properly by the existing bus routes. Although another issue students are having with the bus routes is that the ticket prices for the campus student tickets are raising annually at the moment. Do you think there's a risk that this policy, or if this went through, could increase the fares for buses for students?
Well, absolutely, James. I think the cost of living crisis is really affecting all of us. I was a big supporter of the free travel between campus a couple of years ago, and I think it's a real shame that certain students abused this policy, and we no longer have it. So if I was to be elected, I would look to renegotiate this and bring it back.
So we do currently have free travel between campus with the on and off system. So that is good.
Fantastic.
Okay. going to move on now, because you have written in your manifesto that you want to reinvigorate campus culture, giving student bars a defined identity. That's your own words. What are, in your mind, the issues currently with our existing campus venues?
This is a very interesting question. I was at Courtyard the other night, and they did not show the England game. That is missed revenue, in my opinion. The way we get people into the bars is by offering entertainment, affordable pints, and good culture. Right now, we are not offering any of those. I was told by representatives from student bars that they recommend students go to the Charles 12 instead of stay on campus in order to get cheaper pints and a better atmosphere. I don't think that should be allowed to continue.
So what specifically would you do to improve the identity of our campus bars at the moment?
I've met with many sports societies, including pool and snooker, to discuss ways we'd do this. I would want to create a dedicated sports and games bar. This would probably be D-Bar. I think we are underutilising at the moment, and it's very cost inefficient to keep it open and not put anyone in there. There's staffing problems. What we need to do is... I don't believe D-Bar is open at the moment. No, it's not. And opening it is a significant cost. So what I'd like to do is I want to move all the pool tables in there. I know there's assets in lounge that are not available to be used by Pool Society. I'd move it into D-Bar, and we'd make that the dedicated bar for games and sports.
So one issue I do have is the Students' Union makes it quite clear in their election guidance that the responsibility for campus bars falls under the remit of the Union Development Officer. How are you going to push for this idea without interfering with the work of your fellow sabbatical officers?
Well, regardless of who is elected, I think plenty of the candidates have a very similar vision. I think they want to do the best for campus bars. But Union Affairs is one of the most senior roles, and I would seek to cooperate with anyone who is elected to the Union Development position.
Do you not think students might worry that if you're spending your time as a Union Affairs officer pushing for campus bar identity, while there is a designated position designed to do that, you could neglect your prime purpose and your main responsibilities as a Union Affairs officer?
Well, I don't think that at all, no. I think a lot of this has to do with the rebranding of USU into York SU. We had clearly defined positions of student president, and now we have two different positions of Union Affairs and Union Development. I canvassed plenty of students over my election campaign, and the vast majority of them cannot tell me what the difference is. So I would seek to clarify what the positions are, and I know USU...
So they do clarify this. In the guidance they put out for the election, the first sentence of the description of Union Development Officer is, the Union Development Officer leads on events and activity in on-campus venues. I don't see how much clearer they can make it.
It's not clearer. They can make it as clear as they want. It's the fact that it's not communicated effectively to students. That they are using archaic methods, such as email, to publish their methods. Let's capitalise on social media and publish it that way.
Okay. I'll move on to your final manifesto point before we get into communication, because this is something that is important to a lot of students, and it's being talked about a lot, and it's student safety. You've made it clear in your campaign and your manifesto that you believe that York's approach to campus safety is inadequate, and you intend to renegotiate the York Party's contract to guarantee the safety of students. I want to ask you, what issues are there with the current contract, and what would you change to prioritise safety?
I think the main issue about the current contract is we don't know what's in it. There are very few people on campus who seem to know the specific contents of this contract. If elected, I would make it very clear that this cannot continue. We need clarity on the issue.
So if you don't know what's in it, how do you know that there's issues with it?
I have met with representatives from York parties at the roundtable discussion the other week, and they are committed to change. But the problem is that we are obligated to go to these venues. The main issue at the moment is obviously spiking. That is a fairly universal issue, and it's going to happen everywhere, including on campus. But the issue that I take most personal grievance is the third-party hiring of nightclub door staff. They aren't properly vetted. They're usually brought in at very short notice, and this prioritises financial benefit over student wellbeing, and I don't think that should be allowed to continue.
Okay. So we'll move on to communication. During debate night and on your Instagram, you made it very clear that you do think that the student union is being inadequate in how they're communicating with students. what would you do to improve communication?
I think we need to move away from these emails that are long-winded and are notoriously not read by the vast majority of students. I'm sure many of you have seen my social media campaign.
Mhm.
I'm confident how to use social media. I know how to publish things that people will see. I think the Students' Union and all sabbatical officers, regardless of who wins this election, need to capitalise more on social media.
So I do think that's interesting because while you have had a, in your words, successful social media campaign leading into this election, do you think that the things on your social media, things like taping a Foster's can to your head, sitting in a bath, do you think these things are appropriate for communicating important issues and important union business to students?
I think so, yes. It's about being visible, about being seen. And if that's how it happens, so be it.
And so you do think that this is how you would want, with these sort of comedic-based posts, this is how you'd want to communicate with students?
I don't think it's how I want to communicate with students once elected. I think this is very beneficial during the campaign period. During the campaign, you want to be seen. You want to be seen on campus, making a stand with students. And I'm afraid that's the nature of politics and elections. The most visible candidate tends to win. So these stunts are to gain visibility and to campaign on issues that are very close to my heart and I think students will care about.
Because I have looked at your Instagram, and I do think that there is the worry that while you are being quite comedic, and I think this is an appropriate tone for discussing things like bus routes and campus bar identity, do you worry that it's maybe a bit inappropriate when discussing things like student safety, which is a real issue, a really scary issue for a lot of students at the moment?
Well, I think it all needs to be taken in context. It absolutely is a scary issue, and I am steadfast in my support for reforming student nightlife, and I think I am the most outspoken candidate on safety. So if that's the medium I want to go through, that's the medium I will choose.
Okay. So one final question. What would you do to promote diversity and inclusion within the Students' Union and across campus?
Well, I spoke about this earlier. I think the positions of wellbeing and inclusivity, I don't know what the difference is between them. So I would potentially seek to revise how we look at them. But across campus, I think every student needs to have the opportunity to stand for society support.
Sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you. Thank you so much, Jacob.
Thank you very much,
You've been an
James.
absolute pleasure to have on. And we are going to have to throw you now to Tolan Enderby, who is interviewing Woody Callis-Ross.
Union Affairs Officer. Serving as the head of the union and chair of the trustee board, the Union Affairs Officer is responsible for leading coordination between senior university staff and the Students' Union, as well as working with the colleges. Their key responsibilities are representing students in senior university discussions, working with college committees, and acting as the head of the union.
This is Candidate Interview Night. My name is Tolan Enderby, and I am interviewing Woody Callis-Ross for the role of Union Affairs Officer. Woody, welcome to the studio.
Thank you for having me in.
Now, Woody, the beginning of your manifesto discusses how the union's inability to make real change comes from the fact it is bankrolled by the university itself, roughly nearly 2 million. So part of that 2 million goes towards paying its student employees a living wage, and the money funds almost everything that the union does. And in addition to this, almost all Russell Group universities receive some form of funding from their university. So what I'd like to ask you first is, what do you think would be a realistic alternative to this funding that would see the union become fully independent and still be able to survive on its own?
Yes, absolutely. And you're right that this is an issue that most student unions, I think probably all, face, that they are funded by the university. So it is something that we need to change. For me, there are a huge number of ways that you can address this. Number one, on-campus venues, we're not utilising them to the best of their ability, in my opinion. I think they should be run as a student cooperative, so all profits are reinvested back into students. Students are at the heart of decision-making for that. Also, as a political campaigning body, the student union should be able to access grants for campaigning and for pushing students' interests. also fundraising. I mean, the student union managed to raise over £5,000 for a metal duck, so I think it should be able to fundraise money to fight for students.
So you've been very clear that the union doesn't represent students' best interests, and that's what you're talking about there. And you've also been clear that the solution to this would be to tackle national structural issues in charity law. Now, I'm curious to know whether you feel that putting union resources towards bigger, long-time national issues takes away from the immediate problems that the union could create noticeable change for.
Well, I'm not necessarily calling for the union to be leading this campaign. I'm running to raise awareness of this as an issue and to have this as a...
So if you're not campaigning for the union to be aware of this, and you want students to be aware, what is your actual intention with this message?
My intention is to make students aware that the student union is not representing us, and to foster an environment where a true campaign can be built to make our student unions representative.
So what would you like? You would like to foster a true campaign?
I would like to build a campaign of students across the country fighting for student unions that truly represent them. As I've said, this is not an issue that's only facing us here at York, it's across the country.
And you think the best way to do this is running in this election to send a message instead of running for a position on the student union?
I don't know whether it's the best way. It's a way to bring some attention to the issue. It's a way to make the issue known and get a bit of attention on it.
Do you feel you have brought sufficient attention to the issues that you've made in your manifesto?
I think so. I mean, I think, on social media we've been getting a good, tracked on social media. Earlier today I was attending a dialectic union debate where we had a really good discussion about the structural issues at the heart of the student union and how that is a national issue and a structural issue. So I think we are helping to raise this as an issue, put it into people's minds.
Brilliant. So you also argue that the union's involvement with Domino's Pizza means that they are complicit in Israeli apartheid and genocide. Yeah. But the boycott, divestment and sanctions movement only lists that specific boycott as a grassroots organic boycott. Now, with so many local issues that affect students in York at the moment, do you believe that focusing on this financial link is the biggest issues for students studying?
Well, the grassroots organic boycott means that it's a boycott that's originated not from the BDS campaign, but the BDS campaign still support it.
They acknowledge it.
They acknowledge it, and they still support it because of Domino's links to Israeli occupation and apartheid. The
boycott, divestment and sanctions movement only acknowledged the Israeli franchise of Domino's.
Yes, but
but it's a franchise organisation.
It is a franchised organisation, but so are McDonald's and so many others that they are complicit in war crimes and occupation. The Israeli arm of it is not, just because it's franchised, it doesn't mean that it's entirely separate.
The student union's deal, where they get a small amount of money for selecting Domino's Pizza as the main pizza brand on campus, is complicit in Israeli apartheid and genocide?
Taking any money from a company that is complicit in genocide, I don't think can ever be argued to be morally justifiable.
Okay. Putting this in this argument, do you feel that that's getting across to students, that point? Because the point that you make in your manifesto originally is the fact that the student union is broken. Is this one of the main reasons that the student union is broken?
This is an example of how corporate interests are being put ahead of students' best interests.
Okay, so you talk about how corporate interests are being in front of students' best interests, and you talk about your time as environment and ethics officer, saying you witnessed firsthand how the university prioritised money over morals. Now, I assume what you're talking about there is the reference to the 100% plant-based campaign that you led last year, which resulted in your resignation.
Not just that, there are a whole number of issues that me and my co-officer Claire, we brought up, and also other officers in officer group brought up. We campaigned for a lot of things, and pretty much all of them were shut down by senior people in the union.
So correct me if I'm wrong, you suggested for an immediate 100% switch to plant-based products across campus.
That was a campaign I was involved in last year, but that's not in my manifesto this year.
No, but the official statement from the student union responded that they only blocked the initial draft due to feasibility issues, such as the fact that if passed, it would bankrupt an already struggling commercial service, that it's in deficit, and it also risked discriminating vulnerable students, for example, those students that suffer from eating disorders or different religious exemptions. And with the union's decision seemingly, from that evidence, being made to protect vulnerable students and prevent bankruptcy of a struggling food supplier, is it fair to accuse the union of foregoing student interest for financial gain?
the Plant-Based Universities motion won a record-breaking number of votes in U suggestions. It had a clear mandate from students to be pushed through, and it was blocked by senior people in the Students' Union under the guise of commercial interests. And I would like to make the point about it bankrupting commercial services. I was told in a meeting once that this is because, this is a direct quote, because vegetables are more expensive than meat, which is patently untrue, but this was the kind of arguments that were put against us during that campaign. But I mean, this isn't part of my manifesto this year. I'm making the broader point that it was one issue that came up. That was one issue that the union...
Absolutely. The point of your manifesto this year is that you're not running in this election to win. Instead, you're running to spread a message. Do you think that the most direct way of getting your message out to students is this? Or do you worry students voting for your campaign may take away votes from candidates who will actually next year want to represent them?
Well, I mean, it's a transferable vote system. So if I'm someone's number one vote when I'm presumably knocked out, I doubt I'll win this. Then that vote will go to whoever they've put as second preference. So I don't, in a transferable system, it's not taking votes away from people. And also, I think any of the candidates would do a fantastic job in the role. But the point I'm making is that they cannot do everything that they want to do or that they say they want to do because the union is fundamentally broken. These changes cannot be made through it.
What is the biggest thing you want to see fixed in the student union? The student union is broken, as you say.
Yes.
What will you do to fix it if you were elected? Not that you are.
I'm not going to be elected. I've said if I somehow win, I'm not doing the job. I will resign and call a by-election because this cannot be fixed within the union.
What is broken within the university, within the student union?
Well, as you said, the funding model, it is bankrolled by the university. That means it cannot act independently. It is putting commercial interests ahead of students' interests.
Have you
and
offered...
national...
So, yes, it is bankrolled by the university,
Yes.
£2 million.
Yes.
Where else is that funding going to come from? Given that the majority of Russell groups in the in England get funding from the main university body.
As I've said, there's a huge array of places where this
Like
funding
what?
can come from. Campaigning grants. There's a huge number of philanthropic organisations, campaigning organisations that offer
Enough
grants.
for £2 million.
The funding for any campaigning group should never just come from one source. That is the issue. Our union is primarily funded by one source.
But
that
you,
makes us
you want to
reliant
spread a
on them.
message. You want to spread a
Yes.
message. So, are you going to offer a reasonable suggestion as to where £2 million is going to come from? Given that £2 million goes towards paying its students, employees a living wage, as well as almost everything the student union does.
Well, that $2 million will come from a variety of diverse sources. It cannot just come from one place. I can't sit here and say this is where I'm going to get £2 million. And also, that's not really what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to say that there are these structural issues.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. That was Woody Cadis Ross running for Union Affairs Officer. Coming up next, it's Lewis Parry.
Union Affairs Officer.
Brilliant.
Serving as the head of the union and chair of the trustee board, the Union Affairs Officer is responsible for leading coordination between senior university staff and the Students' Union, as well as working with the colleges. Their key responsibilities are representing students in senior university discussions, working with college committees, and acting as the head of the union.
Hello, I'm Amberly and I'm joined by Lewis Parry, who is our current Union Affairs Officer and is rerunning for the role. First of all, welcome to the studio. Can you briefly introduce yourself and explain why you're seeking re-election as Union Affairs Officer?
Yep, so hi, I'm Lewis and as you said, I'm the current Union Affairs Officer. I really enjoyed my time in the role over the last year and I'm really proud of some of the stuff I've been able to achieve for students and for the student community, but I want to go even further and I want to continue delivering for students. I love this job so much and I love being able to do what I do, but I just think I can do even more with another year.
Okay, so reflecting on your previous term, what are you most proud of achieving and what challenges have you faced?
Yeah, I think most recently is one of the big things that I'm most proud of, which is lobbying to reverse the university's decision on increasing rent. So they were originally planning to increase accommodation rent by 9%, and we managed to lobby them to get it down to 5 to 6%, which is obviously still too much. We would never endorse any rent increase, but that has saved students next year £1.7 million. And yeah, I think having that figure is something I'm really proud of.
Okay, so moving on to your manifesto. So you propose a student voice partnership agreement with the university. How do you plan to ensure the university remains accountable to student input?
Yeah, so this idea has come actually from Queen's University, who've implemented a very similar thing. And there's lots of different sort of things that come under this general partnership agreement. So, for example, embedding student forums in university decision-making structures so that students' voices are actually, they sort of are embedded there and they have to be listened to, and they sort of work their way up through the structures, but also more informal options for students to directly speak to the sort of university execs who make a lot of the decisions. And this is a plan that actually colleagues at the university are quite positive about and are supportive of, because they also want to see improvement in student experience. And this is a way, it's been proven in other universities, it does work. It's better for the students and the university.
Okay, so following on from that, you propose that student assemblies are a key part of your plan. How will you encourage broad participation and ensure diverse student voices are represented?
Yeah, I think so. Student assemblies are something that technically are within the union's structures, but they're only there as like a sort of last minute if you need a bit more student consultation. I think they should be a much major process in how we decide things in the union. And I think a big thing, we obviously know that students don't have a lot of time. A lot of them are having to work part-time jobs alongside doing their degree, and that comes at the expense of some volunteer positions and representative roles that previously they might have wanted to take on. So I think it's within student assemblies or whatever it would end up looking like, giving a very easy sort of one-off opportunity for students to get involved, so they don't have to dedicate a whole year's worth of time to one rep role. They can just come to one assembly and have their voice heard on a particular issue.
Okay, so following on from that, collaboration with York St John's University is also one of your priorities. What specific outcomes would you like to see from a joint lobbying group with them?
Yeah, I think the reason this is in my manifesto is because actually most of the big issues that are affecting students, in my opinion, can't necessarily be solved on campus. They're issues, sort of wider issues within the city. So accommodation and housing, cost of living, transport, night safety. These are much bigger issues that we can't solve only working on campus. And there hasn't really been, in my opinion, enough collaboration with St John's, for example, or even with any of the other colleges in York. So I think we need to, first of all, build that foundation so that we have a platform that we can lobby lobby the city council on a bit more, and make sure that students are heard in those decisions.
Okay, so now we're going to focus on fighting the cost of living. You've secured a commitment from Leeds JobLink to expand into York. How will you ensure this expansion meets the needs of students seeking part-time work?
So we've, as you said, secured that 5-year commitment from Leeds JobLink, and actually I'm meeting with them on Friday this week to work out exactly what that partnership is going to look like. But the first step in that is setting up a job site, so sort of something like Indeed, for example, but it's built around students in York and specifically designed for them.
So in your interviews last year, you talked about Handshake perhaps being used. How come this hasn't been an idea for you this year?
Good question. So I did start at the start of my time in the role trying to work with the careers department and seeing what we could do around Handshake. And actually I was told in response after a couple of meetings that part-time jobs is not something they do. They made that very clear. And so it's just isn't really an avenue, and that's why we've sort of found an alternative that we think is going to work a lot better.
Okay, so another thing you say is starting a student union-led letting agency, which is quite an ambitious goal. What steps will you take to establish this agency, and how will you ensure it remains student-focused?
Yeah. I think you're right, it is a very ambitious goal, but it has been done in other universities. So Lancaster, our Rose's competitors, for example, they have a student-led letting agency, and it means that they know they can sort of say for certain that those properties that students are going into, they're good quality and they are somewhere that students should be living. In terms of how to set that up, there's a number of different sort of avenues we're looking at. I think the easiest initial one is trying to partner with potentially existing letting agencies in the city to sort of open up those avenues, because we're obviously starting from scratch in this area. But I think just having a student union presence in sort of the housing market in York, it's not something we've had so far, and hopefully starting that process.
Okay, thank you. And now moving on to the student experience and improving it. Onto more of a sensitive and topical issue, do you intend to improve nightlife safety and ensure that clubs and providers are held accountable for student welfare?
Yeah, so obviously this is a big issue at the minute, and one of the things I found actually quite challenging in the role is that I have been raising these concerns throughout the year, and I have just felt that sort of clubs and providers, they don't share the same feelings that the SU do in terms of accountability and transparency. And actually the boycott has sort of pushed them more towards that direction. So I think we need to keep pushing them and make sure that they continue down that avenue of greater transparency, greater accountability, and making it easier for students to be part of that process of improving safety.
Okay, so the university's decision to cancel the new student centre is also a concern. What alternative spaces or solutions would you propose to ensure students have adequate facilities?
Yeah. So I've already been in initial discussions with the university around using a empty building, a building that's currently just used for open day sign storage, complete waste of space, in my opinion, which it's got lots of space there that we can use for student groups. Flat floor space I know is a big issue for student group storage, and just more general communal spaces for students.
Okay, thank you. We're running out of time. Could you just summarise in a sentence what your manifesto and what your campaign is campaigning for?
Yeah, I think what makes my manifesto stand out from the others is that it's the only one that has thought out achievable plans of how to deliver for students. It's not...
Okay, thank you. I'm going to have to cut you off there. We're going to head over to the green room now for some discussion.
So those were two of our Union Affairs officer candidates for this year. We have a few more left, but unfortunately we couldn't bring you Kate's interview tonight. So instead, we'll come back to our panel here in the green room to discuss some of the hot topics that have been discussed in the last few interviews. Now, before we get into it, we have had an investigation into Domino's. Some previous statements were made, and we would just like to acknowledge that Domino's Pizza Group PLC has said that it's a separate legal entity to its franchises, and they have claimed that it's not fair to attack local franchises, the PLC for local franchises. Now, that's their statement on that, but we will move on to the other policies that were discussed in some of our, three Union Affairs Officer candidates interviews. Guys, our thoughts?
Well, we've definitely had a lot of different candidates.
Yeah,
it's a wide range. I feel like
I think that's refreshing. I feel.
For sure. I mean, it feels like Jacob and Woody, I mean, they spoke earlier today in a DU debate about that the SU isn't fit for purpose. It feels like they're running very anti-establishment sort of campaigns. It's very much, this isn't working. We're going to come in, we're going to change everything. And then we obviously have Lewis, who's just been the SAB for the past year, who's very much, this is what we're doing, steady with Lewis. I think it was one of the campaign slogans.
Keep calm and carry on.
Keep calm and carry on. That's it. Yeah. So sort of very more like I'm a safe pair of hands is sort of his motto. I would maybe go as far as saying Woody and Jacobs could be a bit populist in the sense that, this is so anti-establishment and, let's get behind us because we're going to do everything differently. And I think that's really interesting and very much a dichotomy between theirs and Lewis's.
I think sort of to counter that, they would say we're appealing to students. We're saying what they want. If they have problems with the SU, we're representing them. Ellen?
Just to note that Woody said if they won, then they would step down and run a re-election. So their aim isn't to win, but just to share this message. So that makes their kind of agreement with Jacob quite interesting because Jacob wants to win, whereas Woody doesn't, but they're going at it from the same route.
I think it's a powerful protest maneuver. Josh, what did you think?
I think it comes under the sort of form of endorsement, I think, and it's quite strange if you're wanting to essentially reopen nominations. Why are we seeing you get a photo with Jacob outside? I just think that's quite. It doesn't quite make sense, to be honest.
Your thoughts?
I mean, I guess if we're to provide balance, maybe they're just taking a friendly selfie. I don't know.
Maybe they're friends behind the scenes. Maybe they go to the pub together.
I would say that I had a slight worry in Jacob's interview, just that there were a couple of sort of just like factual mistakes. So sort of about whether the buses are still free. I mean, I'm sure there's just those are minor mistakes, but on a sort of populist representing the students' avenue, there is maybe a slight issue there.
Charlotte?
I think there also might be a bit of an issue with like kind of figuring out what the role actually does and just getting really clear on what the priorities are, because obviously we have loads of other officers and everyone kind of has their own specialised role. And of course it's great to kind of link and do things, outside of it a little bit. But I think it's just remembering that, this role is representing kind of students and there's certain responsibilities that you have to do and which should be kind of at the priority of your manifesto.
Yeah, I think definitely some fantastic points there from everyone. I mean, the one thing I would say is you don't know what the job is until you've got it, which is one of the things about being a SAB, which is very much independent from other jobs you might apply for. It's not quite the usual application process. But obviously you don't know what you do until you get there. And it's a very flexible role. And of course, the union has adopted a flat structure now. So there is no more president. There is a flat structure. What do we think of that? Do you think that makes the election process more confusing for students? Or do you think that means that we get a more equitable and balanced and representative SAB team? Ruben?
Yeah, well, I suppose I mentioned this before about endorsements. I think having that flat structure requires so much more collaboration amongst the departments of the sabbatical officers. For example, Jacob mentioned in his interviews that he'll be sort of working more with the nightlife department, which is, traditionally something that the union development would do. However, if Jacob goes and endorses someone for union development and then they don't get in and, there was a big sort of rivalry there, are they not just sort of going to step on each other's toes when they finally do get into the job? We want these people to be a cohesive sort of group, especially if it's a flat department, as you said before. So I think they really do need to maybe have that leader still so that departments aren't stepping on each other's toes.
Ellen, you wanted to come in?
With Jacob's point of moving pool tables to D-bar and making it a games bar, I think that's very clear. He's tailoring that to one society that he's spoken to, and that definitely will. I mean, would the union development officer want to do that? No one else has said they want to do that. Seems like one person, one society collaborating to make up this manifesto point.
Or is that a powerful way to get societies back in? Because you're going to get all of them, Yeah.
Although D-bar's not open, so the logistics are uncertain.
Josh, your thoughts?
Regarding the flat structure of the SU, it was interesting in the interview with James that...
Which one, sorry?
Oh, yeah, that's very true. With James Pursglove, and that he mentioned, wanting to get the union affairs officer role because it's the highest ranking role. But it's interesting that Jacob values it in such a way that isn't necessarily flat.
Yeah. Eddie?
I mean, I think that the flat structure works, but it only works if it is a flat structure. But at the moment what we've got is it's confusing because there's still the union affairs officer is sort of the leader, and it gets confusing about how it then operates as flat. And at the same time.
Yeah. Charlotte, do you find it confusing, or do you think it's more equitable?
No, I think more equitable sounds about right. I think obviously the merger with USU and the GSA is still quite recent. And it was nice to see a few of the candidates kind of explicitly talking about postgraduate students, because I think that's still quite an important issue. And obviously there was always the risk of that kind of getting a little bit lost. So it was nice to have a few of them just representing that and just making it really clear that they are still a priority, because they have like unique things that they'll want.
Yeah, I think definitely in elections, I think there has been a perception that it focuses on undergrads, whereas we do have a really strong and vibrant postgrad community here in York. And since the merger, obviously, we don't want to forget that. Any thoughts on that?
Not on that.
Not on that. Okay. Would you like to move on then, Josh?
No, Eddie, have you got something to say?
I was going to say that there was, at the start of this year, there was a training session on engaging more postgraduate students in your societies, and I think that's a good step that's been taken, and I think it's encouraging.
Fantastic. Yeah. Ellen?
There was also a debate about Freshers Week being renamed Welcome Week and how effective that.
Oh no, sorry. Yeah, Welcome Back and Welcome Week. Yeah.
Yeah, to encourage postgraduates to get involved. But
do you think that's had a material sort of impact?
I don't know statistically, but you can say that it's the same week disguised. But
But perceptions matter.
Yeah.
I think that's Welcome Week and Freshers Week is very similar in the President and Union affairs. It's such a recent change. And it's, Freshers Week is so synonymous with university life that it's really inseparable.
Yeah, maybe we're just reeling. We remember presidents. We remember Pierre, the final president of the SU. So maybe it's just us. Maybe we're just dinosaurs. Who knows? Ribbon.
Yeah, I just think we have to mention Lewis's suggestion of a student-led letting agency. I think that's a really, really ambitious manifesto point. However, I think we're students, and sort of to be ambitious is the goal, right? We have to go out and do something, and especially the Union Affairs Officer, you have to go out and sort of demand change. So I think that's definitely worth talking about, this sort of creation of how would it work? How would they set the prices? Would it still profit if it was a student-led?
The F word. Funding.
Exactly, yeah.
Josh?
I mean, talking of ambitious, deciding to, the number one manifesto point being renegotiating the York Party's contract is very interesting. There's a few things that I picked up on that. The tender process is ongoing, which, for those that don't know what the tender process is re-electing who the sort of partner with the York suit is. By the time whoever, the union affairs officer is elected, that contract will be sealed. It's legally binding. It's unlikely that a sabbatical officer is going to be able to renegotiate that. Interesting point that James spoke to Jacob about the bouncer conduct. That actually we sat down with Club Salvation venue manager Laura Gray, and she mentioned that no bouncers that were violent, work for them any longer.
Josh, we'll continue this topic. Right. It's a hot topic and really important for us to discuss. But we've got two more Union Affairs Officer candidates here, so we'll discuss after those. Union Affairs Officer. Serving as the head of the union and chair of the trustee board, the Union Affairs Officer is responsible for leading coordination between senior university staff and the Students' Union, as well as working with the colleges. Their key responsibilities are representing students in senior university discussions, working with college committees, and acting as the head of the union.
Hello, I'm Sarah Gent, and I'm joined in the studio here with Simon Edwards, who's running for Union Affairs Officer. Hi, Simon.
Good evening, and hopefully some of you are still listening at this ungodly hour.
Now, your manifesto talks a lot about recognising student leaders. You were Alcuin president last year, so from your experience, what do you think is the biggest thing that needs to change?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of follows another manifesto point I've made, in that we need better training, we need better support from the Students' Union, and we don't do it for the recognition, but the recognition is always nice. Now, at the end of last year, and there was an evening of celebration for college leaders, which was lovely, but as leaders, we're told that, you can apply for the York Award, but we've got to apply for it and we've got to sell ourselves. And, I'm writing my application at the moment, and there's a lot of work that goes into it. So actually having to apply for your own award and big yourself up, A, not everybody, particularly wants to do that, feels comfortable doing that, likes doing that. And B, what sort of recognition is that? It's like who blags the best rather than who's done the most work.
So what kind of recognitions do you have in mind?
So, I've got ideas. Obviously, the York Award is a nice idea. The evening of recognition is good. Something I found in my academic role, we had like a monthly, or a termly rather, at the end of each semester, we'd have a gathering of some kind. It could be pizza in courtyard. It could just be, a nice evening of drinks in one of the campus bars somewhere, something subsidised, just for reps and committees across the board to, come together, meet each other, and just, share the work they've done and celebrate the successes they've had. And I know all the colleges, have had their own successes. In Alcuin, we had quite a lot last year, but so did Derwent, so did Halifax, so did James. We all did, and that's only thanks to the massive amount of work put in by student volunteers. And we're not paid, and we don't do it for the recognition. Don't get me wrong, but we feel like we go under the radar. The college system is one of the university's strongest selling points, and that's borne out in national student survey data every year. And frankly, they need to put their money where their mouth is, not just with the system itself, but the leaders who run it. And the university couldn't run Welcome Week, for instance, or Freshers Week without the enormous amount of work put in by volunteers over the summer. And frankly, if the college system is to survive and be meaningful, then it needs to thank the students who make it happen better.
Thank you. You've talked a lot about the college support campaign that you've led last year during your manifesto. So what exactly did that involve?
So, having recovered from Freshers or Welcome Week at the end of September, I think it brought out a lot of frustrations, which I'd had for a while, and I think which other leaders at the time had started to recognise, in that, over the last couple of years, colleges have lost 20% of staff, okay? So that leaves the same amount of work, and sometimes more, to be done by 80% of staff remaining, and of course that increases pressure on student leaders. Now at Alcuin, we really struggled with student leaders the last couple of years. I led Freshers Week with a committee of realistically, 3 execs, 2 supporters, and 10 sticks to pull off a whole Freshers and a Welcome Week. And that for me was the tipping point. We'd had our move-in date changed, at the last minute. It hadn't been communicated, and every time we seemed to reach out to the university or the union for support, it just wasn't forthcoming. So essentially it was, collating discussions with the other chairs and presidents and across college committees generally, and boiling down our concerns. I penned an open letter to Charlie Jeffrey, which was signed off and ratified by the other college chairs and presidents and Lewis as Union Affairs Officer, and emailed out to Charlie. And to be fair, we got a response well within the time limit. And we certainly had a couple of open meetings with him, the chairs and presidents meeting the Vice-Chancellor to meet him, have some visibility, express our concerns and express, actions we'd like to see taken. And, if I get in, and I very much hope I'm elected, one of the things I'll be doing is following up and making sure the university enacts on its promises. And that includes things like, more working with, more support, more meetings with, really key teams and stakeholders like accommodation, and the library team. And, I think accommodation is one of the big things. I know Goodrick is suffering from a lot of returners at the moment. As college committees, we make 95% of our income from the year from Freshers' Tales tickets. And, allocating a glut of postgraduates or returners to one college absolutely wipes them out. Alcuin suffered, and now Goodrick is.
I just wanted to ask you a little bit about sort of living in the colleges on campus, and you've talked about in your manifesto about the cost of living crisis and the challenges with the university's rent increases. I'm sure you're aware that the university is struggling a bit financially, so what makes you think that you can make them go back on this price increase, and what's your plans to make them change their minds?
Yeah, of course, Liz. And since the time of writing with the manifesto, obviously it's pleasing to see that the university has backed down, and the rent increases will be 5 to 6% in line with national averages. So that is a win. However, the Students' Union should never have been blindsided like this. Why was such a huge decision made without any student consultation whatsoever? So, it's a win, but I think one of my manifesto pledges is to put safeguards and assurances in place to ensure that this can never happen again. So the university, the Students' Union rather, negotiated down to 5 to 6%, which is good. It's in line with national averages. However, they came in from an extremely weak position. Ideally, we shouldn't be seeing rent increases at all, or we should only be seeing minimal. Realistically, we can at least advocate for that from a position of strength. We're all familiar with the university's financial position at the moment. I'm obviously not party to a lot of the financial details, but I think by better utilising resources we have, there's a lot of... I think we have the right amount of resources in a lot of cases, but it's not always being used the most efficiently. And, I think pooling resources better, we could find some more money down the back of the sofa to, subsidise. We've got the college the evening meals, which I mentioned in my manifesto. There's a £2.50 evening meal scheme advertised if there's surplus, which is a way to, stop food going to waste and offer students a healthy way to eat and an affordable way to eat. It's barely advertised, and admittedly, I don't eat out on campus much, but the few times I have been around at that time of night in any of the venues, I've never ever seen it, and people don't seem to know about it. So if it's being advertised, it darn well needs to be utilised.
Yeah. Do you have any plans for sort of where the money will come from to make these sort of initiatives be able to happen?
Yeah, and it's money is always the big question, right? So, I mean, I know the campus bars and commercial services isn't necessarily. It might fall into the union development's patch a bit more. But what I would be advocating is to work very closely with the union development officer. Of course, the two roles used to be the same. They used to be one, and before they were split. And working out, where's the money going and what can we do. I'm not party to the university's financial details, and at the moment, but I'd be looking at where we're spending the money and is what we're spending the money on, either necessary or is it a nice to have, and could we better utilise that pot of money which we're spending? I know it's been well advertised that a huge amount of money was spent recently revising and revitalising the lounge at James for it to be a very dead space. That's a huge amount of money that could well have been better spent on initiatives like these, supporting the cost of living crisis and students' day-to-day life rather than a few video game arcades.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about your point in your manifesto about championing better services from support for campus bars. So what sort of ideas do you have in mind to improve them, and how do you intend to put that in place?
Yeah, well, ideally, making the commercial services team easier to work with would be a good start, because in my experience, they're a flipping nightmare, if you'll pardon the French. But essentially, why are campus bars so dead? What is the theming? James I've already mentioned, but also V-Bar has its jazz night, which always seems to be really well supported. My big one is D-Bar, actually, because that's a huge space. I've hosted a couple of Kayleys in there. Bandsock would like to use it, and there's a huge amount of space shortage on campus. Clubs and societies which just are begging for space performance-wise, and the D-Bar space is a great performance space. And yet every time we've approached commercial services with a plan, we'd like to run this event here, we think we'll get this number of people and you'll make this much money behind the bar. They vetoed it. They don't want to know. So they want to keep D-Bar dead, but they also won't hand the space back to students. We're in a lose-lose position, and it's simply not acceptable.
Thank you, Simon. We're going to have to cut the interview off now, but thank you so much for joining me today. Heading over to Antonia now in Studio Red for our final interview of the night.
Union Affairs Officer. Serving as the head of the union and chair of the trustee board, the Union Affairs Officer is responsible for leading coordination between senior university staff and the Students' Union, as well as working with the colleges. Their key responsibilities are representing students in senior university discussions, working with college committees, and acting as the head of the union.
Hello, my name's Antonia, and I am joined by Sharon Alra. So, Sharon, your manifesto is kind of based on 3 key points which we'll try and cover as much as possible. So, starting with the brackets of championing inclusion, for all, you propose provision of 2 rooms per college at an 80% discount for students who can prove they will not otherwise be able to study in the UK, as well as scholarships to support students from countries experiencing currency devaluation. But as less than 1/3 of students at York are from international backgrounds, what plans do you have to support home students from low-income backgrounds?
Yeah, thanks very much, Antonia, for your question. It's really important for the Students' Union to support international students, but with my manifesto, I'm trying also to embrace local students. So it's really important to knock that door to see what happens, and then also support local students to do that. In my manifesto, mainly in that idea, we are seeking to improve a little bit of the life of international students, because when you come here in the UK, it's really like heartbreaking what is happening with the money because of the money exchange. So of course local students are going to be there, but I think we need to first tackle some of the things that are still happening with international students, and then of course support local ones.
Mm-hmm. So another one of your pledges surrounding international students creates scholarships of up to 15,000 for students from countries facing economic precarity. However, amongst the university's current financial difficulties, how do you plan to implement this when we're having to take measures like voluntary severance for staff?
Mm-hmm. Strategic partnerships and strategic alliances are super important for every students' union. So we have the University of York as first supporter, and I think, and I'm willing to do this with the City Council as well, to make this affordable. I know it is possible to do that, to have this scholarship for the ones that are struggling the most with the money exchange and money devaluation.
Mm-hmm. So whilst devalued currency can have a really profound impact on individuals from regions across the world, how do you balance this with supporting students from war-torn countries across the world at York, like the York Sanctuary Fund does? So how do you balance supporting the two without sort of doing things at the expense of the other?
For the scholarship thing, are you saying?
Just for everything, how would you support both groups of students, people from war-torn countries as well as people who have faced devalued currency?
Yeah, that's a super interesting question, because we know that the Students' Union, it's a million Students' Union. Last year, they were handling £5 million. With those £5 million, we can do a lot of things. So I think this is like strategic, and we need to be really strategic with the funds that the Students' Union is earning. And I know with these £5 million, we can do it possible.
Mm-hmm. So you obviously speak a lot about championing inclusivity and better opportunities, but you don't speak about financially supporting people partaking in things like internships and work experience, and often students face difficulties when paying for things like travel to work experience or formal attire. Mm-hmm. How do you plan to further bolster this vital support?
Yeah. One of the friends that I have, a Latin American friend from Mexico, told me about the placements. The placements are already in my manifesto. He has got a placement in Oxford. Strategic alliances are super important. And this friend of mine told me, I have talked with Oxford, and they are going to help me, because Oxford is more expensive than York. So I think, and to being a union affairs officer, it's really important to support students by doing this. It's not like just in the hands of the students. We can do it, and we can represent the students to do this, so they can feel like we are supporting them to fill in the gaps with expenses and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. And you've been quite critical of some of the networking opportunities available on campus to students. Why do you sort of think that the current modes and models of networking opportunities and alumni talks aren't working, and how would you plan to improve them?
I've been here for almost 7 months, and I've seen we don't know how to make proper connections and smart networking. That's really important to succeed in life. So I'm eager to project that in better and smart networking sessions, in which we can be in front of the alumni, we can be in front of lecturers, we can be in front of leaders of high and potential multinational companies, organizations, and we need to know and learn how to do networking. I think that's basically what happens when you go outside and find a job, and you have to be able to connect with people and to talk with people, not just to stand in front of them and then go to your house and not even having the contact of this important person. We need to do that, not just like getting the job and getting to know how to make the interview. You need to know how to connect with people, and I'll be doing that in this role.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned the importance of investing in campus safety. And say how you'd like more lighting across campus exit. but this is something the incumbents have already tried to tackle this year, but have faced great difficulties with the council and the university. So how would your approach be different? How could you assure that you're the candidate to provide this sort of improved safety?
Yeah, that has been asked in the debate as well. I'm an expert in knocking doors. That's why I'm here in the UK, because I knocked the door. And surprisingly, I won a scholarship to study in this amazing country. I will be knocking the door until they open the door. It's really important. It's not just my idea. It's a need. It's a necessity for the students. So if the door is not open at first sight, we will be knocking that again, and then make the students' voice heard.
And then furthermore, under the bracket of investing in campus safety, you mentioned placing inclusive microwaves in places like the piazza and library. However, there already is a range of microwaves available across campus, including in the library. Do you just plan to implement more microwaves, and what do you mean by inclusive microwaves? Or are there more ways you sort of plan to support affordability in regards to food on campus?
They are hidden. I remember when I arrived to the university, I was like, where are them? Where are them? And it's really hard to find them. In Piazza, we have 2 microwaves, but they are in front of the offices of the lecturers, and they don't feel inclusive. That's why in my manifesto I put inclusive microwaves, because we need to know they are ours, and they are for our food. And it's important to find or to see an object and say, okay, this is for me. This is for me to have a better student life. So that's why we need to see them, and actually see them like in the ground floor or something, to use them.
So then you're the last candidate to be interviewed tonight, and Union Affairs is one of the most contested roles with 5 other candidates in the running. But just finally, what do you think makes you the best candidate? What makes you stand out from all the other candidates that we've heard from tonight?
Yeah, I love people. I love to serve others. And that's why I made a huge choice in my life to work in multinational companies, and then working in a university back in my home country in Colombia, in which I really knew that people were my thing. So I'm here just to serve people, to listen to the students. That's why my ideas are not just mine. I heard my colleagues, I heard my friends, I heard the local students as well. And my ideas are yours, and I will be more than happy to be in this role and to make that team building with the other candidates that are running to be sabbatical officers. So that will be a lifetime opportunity.
Yeah, and then just finally, are you able to summarize your manifesto or your goals in just 3 words?
Smart ways to find jobs and connect with people, championing inclusivity for all, and investing in our campus and safety.
And are all those sort of equal importance to you, would you say?
Yes.
Wonderful. That's amazing. Thank you so much,
Thank
Sharon.
you,
You've been our
Antonia.
last candidate tonight.
Thank you.
So thank you all for tuning in, and we will be handing back to the green room.
And that was our final interview of the evening for CIN 2025. And this means, unfortunately, this is our last green room segment with our panel of student journalists here. So for one final time this year, what are our thoughts on the Union Affairs candidates for 2025? I mean, Josh, should we pick up where you left off with night safety?
Yeah, I mean, I really crammed it in. At the end of that segment, not realising that there's going to be one last green room that's happening right now. Yeah, I mean, I think I spoke about the majority of what I meant to say. What I think is there's a common theme that a lot of the sort of safety and the preventative measures that are already in place that aren't new and that have been introduced and are being put in place aren't very aren't widely visible to the student population. I think that's something that should be worked on because a lot of the candidates are making points about student safety without realising that they have been dealt with or are being dealt with right now. So to say that you're going to renegotiate a contract in July when it's being dealt with now, the bouncers are violent when they no longer work for Club Salvation, etc., among many other points, is just something that maybe we should, something we should take from this, that is we should actually just try and make it more visible for students.
And Club Salvation has stated that it has a rigorous vetting process for its night door staff. So whether that's the experience of some students or the argument of some students, that's their comment here. Thanks, Josh. Ruben, you had something to say?
Yeah, just on that last interview, a lot of discussion about international students. Sort of how do we support international students, yet also looking after our home students as well? It's such a difficult balance to strike, I suppose. So, yeah, where does the money go? Do we give it to international students because arguably they do have a harder time fitting in, coming to a new country? Or do we sort of keep the money with our home students who have, been here? It's, I don't want to go into too much of a Brexit conversation, but, it's funding. Where does the money go?
But I think it's a delicate balance. I think you'd agree there, Ruben. Ellen?
I mean, 26% of students are international or EU students here, so that is a really large population. And also
that's
Simon...
That's thousands of students.
Yeah, that's a lot of people, and a lot of the funding is coming from international students coming here, and that's a way that the uni's getting money, is increasing the amount of international students here. So I think they're really important to consider, and Simon brought them up in his manifesto points as well, with reintroducing international student buddying schemes, which they have cut previously, even though they cost next to nothing apparently, and also wants to incorporate English lessons and better support for international students, as well as negotiating like the Easter and Christmas and summer vacation times where everything closes, which means that they're cut off, as well as people who have to stay on campus. Although the F word comes back there again with how are we going to do that. But I think the point's really, really useful.
I think I'll bounce that off this side of the panel. Does the F word override it?
I think the F word overrides everything, really, yeah. But I think it's interesting. But I'm sort of interested when I look at these candidates, because also we had a similar thing last year. I think there's a tendency to either have an undergraduate candidate or a postgraduate candidate. There's not usually that many candidates who appeal to both sides. And I think it might be interesting, at what point do we start seeing that, and if we ever will?
Do you think the flat structure lends itself to that, where you can have different voices who might be from postgraduate, from international students, and from home students? Do you think that might help in that regard?
I definitely think there's a diverse range of roles. So I think that people might find themselves more aligning to the different roles that they put in place since the merging of the GSA and the York SU.
Yeah. Interesting. Really interesting. Yes, Ruben?
I do think it's worth reminding the audience what the F word is.
Yes, the F word is too worried. The F word is funding. Sorry, I don't know if we quite clarified that. Thank you, Ruben.
No, you're very welcome.
I think we got lost in our own little green room thing there. Okay, some more things to talk about. Is a big one was something that we oddly agreed on: accessible microwaves. It seems very niche, but once you think about it, it's actually. I mean, what do you think?
I mean, we spoke so much about food before.
I think we always go back to food.
I mean, it sort of just by, in that last interview, the interviewee said, well, there is microwaves. And then the interviewer said, well, where actually are they? They're so difficult to actually find them. So I think we talked about food before, all these menus and sort of how we work them. Well, having these microwaves kind of opens up a whole new menu, the ready meal menu. That normally students would get very dodgy stomachs off eating without heating them up. Yeah. So it does expand students' dietary opportunities a lot just by having them accessible, and kettles as well, potentially.
Charlotte? Where are the microwaves?
I like the microwaves idea, actually. I think it's very cool. I think it's a very kind of niche idea that a student has come up with. It definitely doesn't feel like something that someone who works at the university could have thought of. I think it's a very student personal issue, which is great to see. I think it's a good idea. I think especially in the library during kind of when it gets very busy during lunchtimes, it's almost impossible to get there. So I think it would be nice to have a few extra ones. It seems like quite an easy, reasonable change to make.
Do we think that might be too small fry though? Do we need to focus on bigger issues than microwaves?
I was surprised to hear it coming from Union Affairs, which is meant to be the overarching role, talking about microwaves. But the rationale makes sense, and I do agree, but it does seem like you could be focusing on something larger. I mean, she does bring up other points, one being like lighting when you're walking home at night, which I think is important, although I know Simon dismissed the idea of lighting between Wentworth and Fulford Road because it's a plot of land that they can't build lampposts on. But still, thinking about student safety at night, I think, is another important point of Sharon's.
Yeah. Josh?
I think, it's maybe a smaller manifesto point that should be taken into consideration. I think, for example, Lewis, who's the incumbent, is lobbying for sort of freezing tuition fee prices, like lobbying them nationally. That is
the big stuff.
Yeah, that is quite important. So whilst microwaves across campus are important, I think maybe ambition is something that should be considered.
Eddie, do we focus on the big stuff or do we focus on?
I think we've been questioning where the funding is going to come for a lot of things, and I think a small thing that can actually be delivered easily, I think in many ways is.
I agree with more of a bottom-up approach in improving general well-being around campus. I think it could be really successful in just helping people feel happier after a lecture by just having a meal. I think it would be a really important matter to address.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, guys, some really interesting interpretations there and very varied, which I very, very much like. And with that, with all of our interviews concluded for this evening, I will hand over to Amberley to sign off. But thank you very much from me and our guests here in the green room. Joining me this evening has been Ellen Morris, Editor-in-Chief of News, Josh Haining, Administration Director of News and Editor-in-Chief of Hard Magazine. We've had Ruben Cope, Head of Factual for YSTV. We have had Eddie Atkinson, Editor-in-Chief of The Lemon Press, Charlotte Ambrose, Editor-in-Chief of Vision. I have been Joe Brealey. Thank you very much. I will pass over here to Amberley.
Thank you very much, Joe. And thank you to all of our guests for being here with us for URY's annual candidate interview night and our coverage of the York SU's sabbatical officer elections. I'd also like to thank our sabbatical officer candidates for giving us their time tonight to answer our questions and analyse their manifestos, and our interviewers, the URY tech and production teams, for their dedication. We hope that CIN 2025 has helped you decide who you want to represent you. Just to kind of summarise, why do you believe students should vote? Just in one quick sentence.
Because it's a fun thing to tick boxes.
Enrichment.
Great way to kind of get the points that you're passionate about and just get them actually done.
Yeah. I think it's very valuable for people to vote because it means that the representation that you want and the changes that you think are important to you will happen.
My mum always says, if you don't vote, you can't complain, which I really like because even if you just spoil your ballot, you have to send a message that no one represents you. Or go and vote if someone does represent you.
Wise words from Ruben's mum.
It's your place of study, so you should vote to have a say.
Someone will be in the position either way, so it may as well be someone you want.
Yeah.
Well, make sure you cast your vote and have your say at the York SU website before midday this Thursday. From everyone here at URY, thank you very much for joining us. Have a lovely evening. Good night.